You guys, what's up? We're back. This is the part two. We are now ahead of the 10-hour mark in our live stream. So we'll just go from here and let's see where this goes. I'm gonna finish week one strong. It is day 6 now, and I'm so excited to consume all of this content and apply it immediately and do the action steps today as well. So let's get it. Just creating the thumbnail for this real quick. Yo, Vance, let's go. We are back. Okay. And we'll just keep continuing until work gets done. That's the plan. Let's go. Hey, man, I'm proud of you as well. You are like working for almost what? Almost 10 hours, right? That's good. That's a lot of progress. And yeah, let's go.
What you want to do now is you want to list your scores from those 3 tests here. Okay, so do the test. I'd pause the video now and go and do it. Don't just be like, yeah, I'm going to do it later, because if you won't do it later, just do it now, right? It's just stupid. Don't do it. You're not going to do it later, because if you say you're going to do it later, like when's later? Like tonight will roll around. You'll say you're going to do it tomorrow. So just do it now, right? Once you've listed these 3 scores, right, what you want to do is you want to write down the.
Okay, so let's take those tests. Gonna share it with you guys. Well, when I'm doing it, everything is so transparent. I'm gonna. So yeah, let's do this. Let's take the first the MBTI test. I think I've done this like a year ago, 2 years ago. But let's see if something changes and I can't actually remember what I've scored here. Let's see. Let's go. Wait a minute. I'm gonna show it to you guys for you to see the process as well. Let's see. Okay. There you go. Okay. Are you seeing this right now? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, man. Let's see. Because, like Charlie said, identities change. Your beliefs, your thoughts, and everything about you can be changed. Like, it's malleable. So if we can align our identity, our personality traits into the person that is able to get to the goal as easy as possible, as aligned, as conducive as possible, we do it. So that's what this module is all about. It's all about understanding it's not about binary thinking, like this should be my stance or this. No, you need to flow like a water flowing as to what is required by the goal that you set, right? Oh yeah, let's do this. You got it, bro. Yeah, I can do that. But I'm literally answering this with all genuinely and all honesty. But yeah, I think that's better if I don't show this. So yeah, I'm gonna do that. Okay, let's continue. I'm just gonna get a snack or a meal while doing this test. Gonna get some energy back. Wait a minute, BRB. Yo guys, stop. I'm just eating right now before I continue the personality test. Mm, you know what progress are you in right now, Vance? Just to get an update from you. Yo guys, stop. Yeesh. You're definitely gonna finish it, bro, today. Yeah, I'm just gonna go for a quick um break and then we'll go until 9 p.m. Let's go. Let's go. Ah, I'm so. Hey man, since you finished are doing in progress 1.8, you'll be finished by before 2 hours from now, right? So how was the 1.7, the iterative part? It's good, right? Like the scientific method. Can you share some insights? What have you learned? What's one thing that stuck to your mind in that module? Just to see it and update you. For me, because in the iterative part, I realized that it is all about doing the right thing, starting from the very very best position, then just test everything, like find the winning one and then iterate on that thing. So okay, yeah, see, right, it's like it's not just about having the business fundamentals but actually applying different components or like different domains in life, right? Like science, like evolution, as well as thinking about it in a way that is not traditional, right? Because people don't think like that. They think tactically. Let's say tactically, it's about strategies, but in here we talk about foundational skills. Like you can build concepts out of that thing. So Charlie talks about everything about evolution, talks about everything about adaptation and fitness. So I have this in mind that you cannot have the same species in the same environment. So in order to win, you have to dominate or make them away. So yeah. Identify the smallest factors we can change and how it will affect the big stuff. Okay. Yeah, that's true. If we just don't what's the term? If we just don't make a big mistake, right? Then we're good to go. If we just focus on building everything up from step 1 to step 2 to step 3, like this what we're doing. We're doing the fundamentals before we actually book appointments and close deals, right? And yeah, I'm glad that we're both taking action as well as like grinding for today. I'm actually okay. I think the week 2 self-transcendence, since I'm almost finishing it, it's about consistency. When faced with resistance, right? When doing the work, it's hard. But what are the mental models that we are using to combat that resistance? To not succumb in our old habits, to our old ways. What is the logical process for us to understand that the only path is through work, right? We cannot opt and just doing small things and be spread out in so many things. Yeah, Yeah. And I'm just grateful, bro, for this. Like, we have building a great community inside Imperium Academy. It's so helpful to see and basically converse with you guys that is working on the same mission as me. Because a lot of times it is so hard to do this alone. When you're faced with resistance, you don't know where to go. Will you go to YouTuber that don't know you, right? Yeah. I think before the end of this year, some people, and I'm gonna be that part of group that will actually do it in 6 weeks. So I'm really excited, and I think, bro, Vance, I think you will too, because right now you are grinding with me, and we are on track and basically changing our whole lives for the better. So yeah, let's continue. Yo man, what's up? Rohit, Tarana. Right now I'm calling locally, so basically I am just using my phone. And I'm using this one. What's Scraper for leads. Call recording, I'm just recording it with speaker out loud to the laptop and Google Sheets. So that's that. What niche are you looking to get to know more? Did you decided? Have you decided? Oh, okay. Yeah, wish you well, bro. Like, you do you. Just grind and we'll get results when we work so much that will just happen. Yeah, I'm still on the grind. I think I'm gonna stay until what, 10 p.m., 11 p.m. Because I like working. I like this momentum that I'm having. I think I'm gonna finish the whole transcendence part today. I'm almost finished in the polarity paradoxes, so yeah, let's go.
Converted schools here. So, like I said, if you're like an ISTP, then you want to write down like a. Please don't think that's the objective. Predict what is right and what is wrong. So if you are picking one thing in one circumstance and then you pick the same thing in another, it doesn't mean it will be right in another circumstance. Like everything depends on context and everything depends on the environment. So I might advise one client to do quality based one circumstance. Pick the same thing another. doesn't mean it will be right in the circumstance. Like, everything depends on context and everything depends on the environment. So I might advise one client to quality-based cold emails, and then I might advise another client to do quantity-based cold emails. And then someone might be like, well, hang on, you told him to do that and him to do that. And I'll be like, yeah. And it's like, well, what do you mean? Well, how can you advise both of those things? And I'm like, because of the context. People really overlook the context, and they just try and apply the same black and white thinking or the same model to everything they do in life, and that's really where the pain and the mistakes come. It's like when something's working and then you apply the same thing to something else and it doesn't work, and you're like, why did it not work? It must be broken. It's like, no, you're just being an idiot, right? So exercising judgment is a really important skill to have, because otherwise you're going to be wrong more often than you're right, and how easy it is to achieve success is going to be like dependent on that, right? So how do you know when to be what or when to do what? Judgment, right? Exercising judgment is using your brain to decide when to be what or when to do what. It's looking at a situation, a circumstance or environment, and knowing what is required of you so you can shift into it. And it takes some time to develop, but once you have your judgment nailed, you can move forward consistently without any mistakes. So let's say, for example, I'm going to give you some examples of judgment, right? So let's say you find yourself in a situation where a client is being difficult and pushing you around. And let's say you naturally would lean towards being agreeable because you're high in agreeableness. You've polarized yourself to believe that disagreeableness is wrong and agreeableness is right, and you don't like conflict. Now, exercising judgment here would be analyzing the situation, which eventually will happen in seconds like an algorithm once you train yourself. But you analyze the situation, and then you decide that you need to dial up disagreeableness in basically order to avoid the client pushing you around and to gain the client's respect. So like, you might be an agreeable person put into a situation where you need to be disagreeable, and you analyze it and you quickly flip to disagreeableness, and by doing so the client respects you, pays you, and then doesn't fuck you around anymore. And then you flip back to your natural state of agreeableness, so you feel wondering like, oh, you spelt it wrong. Like, so what? You know? So let's talk about how I actually exercise judgment to know what is right and what is wrong, because I handle different things in different ways, and I use different models and different polarizations, and I take myself to different extremes, and I balance myself on different sliders depending on the situation. So I exercise judgment now without thinking. It's intuitive, paradoxically, right? However, I had to work to develop this in the earlier days of my business career, and I had to think through situations before approaching them. So I've actually defined, like, I wasn't going to do this because it took, like, it would have taken too long to do, but then I realized, like, I need to give it to you. So it took me a long time to do this, but I actually sort of like broke down my unconscious process of judging situations into 5 steps. So step 1 is to define the objective. So if you're in a situation and you're aware that there's multiple ways to handle it because you're a non-binary person now, and you've got the ability to think in grades as opposed to, like, you can think in the gradient, not in the actually black and white. Like, the first thing to do is to define the objective. So I start off by asking myself, what's my goal? Right? What's the goal in general? And then what is the goal in this situation? So I'll ask myself what I'm trying to accomplish. And if I don't know what I'm trying to accomplish in the situation, then I will ask myself what my goal would want me to do. And it helps me to see what I should do, because you want to kind of like see your goal as a person, and like, you have to, if you're not sure what to do in a situation or what you're trying to achieve in a situation, then your goal, you kind of ask your goal, like, hey goal, what do I need to do in this situation to make you come to life? And then your goal will be like, you need to get this outcome. And then, like, the outcome's possible to get, you just need to make sure you use the right tool, right? So that's the first thing I do in any situation. Like, my goal is to make client acquisition easy. That's like my North Star for this company. So every interaction and every time I'm in a situation, I bear that in mind. I'm like, okay, right goal, we want to make client acquisition easy. So what do I need to achieve in this specific circumstance to take us closer to that, right? So that's the first thing, is to find the objective. Because if you don't know what you're trying to achieve out of the situation, then fuck man, you're not going to do anything. You're going to make it's kind of 50-50. If anything, it's like 50 to like 100, because you've got no how many variables could come as a thing. So I want the closest thing. By the way, if you can't figure out what you're trying to achieve in the situation, you probably shouldn't even be in a situation. So if you're kind of like, do I want this or do I want this? Like, I don't know. What would my goal want? My goal doesn't want anything from this. Oh shit! Then why am I doing it? So I had a client the other day, and he was like, Charlie, I'm really struggling with this done for you client I've got, because they're this really weird client and they don't pay me anything, but they say they're going to pay me when it works. And like, I've been working with them for like 3 months and it's not working, and they're really having a go at me, but I want it to work. And I'm like, well, what's your goal? And he's like, well, I want to build like a 30 grand a month like business. And I'm like, okay, well, the objective in this situation should be to get rid of that client. So he was trying to fix the client's problem, but I was like, we need to get rid of the client. So you need to basically think in both terms. So objective, and once you've got the objective, you want to do what I call preference detachment. So once you've defined your objective, which will be defined by your goal, you want to remove preferences you have to basically like how you naturally want or would handle the situation. So you'll naturally want to handle the situation in a certain way, depending on your psychological makeup and your conditioning. It doesn't mean it's the right thing to do. So it doesn't matter how you want to handle it or how you would handle it. It matters how you need to handle it in order to achieve your objective set forth in step 1.
This is so good, man. Let me show you this. It's such a good thing to basically like memorized. This one, right? Remove preference you have to how you naturally want or would handle the situation. It doesn't matter how you want to handle it. It matters how you need to handle it to achieve the objective set forward. So meaning, it doesn't matter like how do we prefer to do things, right? If we want to do it this long or this way, but what matters is how you need to handle it. Like going back to the niche immersion, right? It goes back to the market. What do they actually need? So for us, when we exercise judgment, we need to remove all our assumptions, all our biases, and just focus on the problem itself, on the objective that we're trying to solve. So in order to do that, we must remove our ego and set it aside for now, because that's how we exercise good judgment. So yeah.
So you've got your objective, and what you do next, and like what you think is the right thing to do, or the right thing to pick, or the right side to choose, is going to depend on like the objective. And you remove your preferences, like your personal preference. The goal should set the preference for the action or what is right, not you. Unless of course it's kind of like, do I kill this person, right? And it's probably wrong to do that no matter what it says about your goal, because like my goal will always be to achieve my goal, but to maintain integrity and to be a good person, right? Otherwise you're kind of just doing it for the wrong reasons from my perspective. The next thing is emotional detachment. So define objective, right? Detach yourself from your preference of handling the situation, and then detach yourself from any emotion. So you want to remove or try to remove all emotional baggage or feelings that are coming with this situation or circumstance. And you want to achieve a calm state so you can see clearer. So now what you want to do is you want to remove all emotion. So if you feel sad, happy, angry, like calm, calm is the objective we want to achieve. But if you feel really calm and really relaxed, that's an emotion. So you kind of don't want to have any emotional state about this thing and this situation, which is why it's so easy to help someone from the third person, by the way. It's like it's much easier to help someone else than to help yourself, because like you're more emotional about yourself. But the best thing to do is just to be not emotional about the situation for yourself, and then you can win, right? But the third person is the fourth step. So once you've defined the objective, removed any attachment you have to your preference to handle it, and you've basically like become aware of how you shouldn't handle it by removing how you want to handle it. Now, sometimes how you want to handle it will be the right way to handle it, because sometimes you're going to be right. Like if it's a 50-50 thing, then you're going to be right 50% of the time. But it helps to detach in the first place and remove any attachment to that preference, because then you can see more rationally. And when you remove the emotion as step 3, then you can really see things clearly. But then step 4 is to enter the third person and ask yourself, this is a great question, what advice would you give to someone trying to achieve this objective in this circumstance? How would you tell them to behave if you had no idea about their natural inclinations or what they wanted to do? And the key to this is to not let this third person perspective be biased by your preference, right? So you need to not only watch yourself, but then watch the person watching you. So it's a bit of a paradox. But once you've removed the emotion and once you've removed the preference, you should be able to see yourself in a clear enough way. And then you can basically imagine that you don't know yourself and you're telling yourself how you think you should behave without any bias, right? It's hard to do, but you need to do it. And then behave. So number 5 is obviously to dial up or dial down what needs to be dialed up or down, or pick a side, or switch sides, and then let that switching or let that dialing manifest into behavior, and then make the decision. Now, this 5-step process eventually will happen instantly, but like this is a really important lesson in like critical thinking and decision making and knowing what to do. And like it kind of, when you know this, it just feels like the whole world opens up to you basically.
Okay, now we're finished in the 2.6 polarity paradoxes. Okay, paradox. Okay, and then next we're gonna do 2.7 unrelenting discipline. It's gonna be on 4.5 hour thing. So I think that's gonna be what, I don't know. I'll just do it. But first, I'll take a 10-minute break to just think about stuff. Then we'll continue. Okay, bro. Let's go. Let's go, man. I'm actually amazed on you as well, staying out to this grind. Like, you are actually doing the work and putting in the right inputs for us to progress even faster. And yeah, I'm just glad that I have someone to be accompanied with and just get along and do the first program together. And yeah, Vance, basically, we're gonna make it happen, bro. Within just a few weeks, I know we will get somewhere that we earned. And yeah, tonight, gonna be finishing the last two videos in the self-transcendence part. The unrelenting discipline and the designing reality. So let's go.
Hey everyone, Charlie Morgan here, and welcome to Unrelenting Discipline. If you want to become successful, and if you want to get rich, and you want to be in a good place in life, then you need discipline. It is literally impossible to become successful without discipline. And the level to which you are disciplined, and the level to which you exercise your willpower against your pain and your suffering, is the level to which you will succeed and get rich. Most human beings rely on motivation for their source of energy when it comes to exerting themselves. And so if they want to get in shape, they'll wait until they feel motivated to go to the gym. Or if they want to eat clean, they'll wait until they feel inspired to eat what they need to eat to lose weight. And the same thing is true with work. Most entrepreneurs and most people who try and start businesses, they only do the work when they feel like it. Or they only do the work when they have an overwhelming wave of positive emotion. Well, what I can tell you is that on your journey towards success with this program and your business and your life, you're going to go through tough days, tough weeks, tough months, sometimes even tough years, or God forbid, tough decades. And life's going to throw things at you, and you're not going to feel great, and you need to be able to do the work and continuously exercise your willpower in spite of how you feel. And the way you do that is through discipline. Now, hyper successful people at the top of their game, people who make the 8 figures, the 9 figures, the best in the world at what they do, are disciplined on a level that you and most people cannot even comprehend. And what we're going to do in this video is explore how to comprehend it, but more importantly, how to actually do it. Because discipline is a skill and it's a muscle. In the same way that you can do bicep curls to grow your arms, you can also do discipline curls to grow your discipline. And every time that you do something that is hard, that you don't want to do, you become slightly more disciplined. And if you do that for a long time, then boy oh boy, you're going to be unrecognizable. This is how you win. This is how you beat people. It's very, very, very hard to outcompete someone who has more discipline than you. In fact, I'd go as far to say it's impossible. Okay? So what you can see in the back here are a couple of monks. And when we think about discipline, we think about monk mode or monk-like discipline, because these guys dedicate their entire lives to nothing but discipline, and they're pretty inspiring, which is why I chose them for the slideshow here. So as you can see, this is a very long video. This video is no small feat. We've got a 55-page Google Doc to go through on discipline and how it works. And this video has taken me about a month to complete, and an awful lot of discipline as well, ironically. So without further ado, here's what we're going to cover. Total discipline, delaying gratification, all or nothing, sacrifice, giving to get, focus, projections and mirrors, client mirror, the endless source, achieving consistency, athletic recovery, homeostatic disciplinary regulation, battery theory, discipline debt, asymmetric charging, battery efficiency, draining intensity, disproportionate actions, burnout, integrated rest, habitual discipline conservation, and delusional rest. Discipline's quite a deep topic. You can't just watch a 30-second David Goggins Instagram reel and know what you need to know to have that sort of level of discipline. And so what I've decided to do here is basically compile 10 years of knowledge and experience with this topic and put it into this one video. And needless to say, that wasn't a very easy thing to do, but more importantly, I think this is probably going to be one of the most important videos that I've ever made, because if you get the discipline thing right, like you can't be beaten. It's very hard to beat someone who's disciplined. So let's have a look. So as you can see, we've got the infamous 55-page Google Doc here, which will be available in the description, of course, of the video as per usual. So welcome to Unrelenting Discipline. Here we will explore how to become hyper-disciplined and how true masters of sport, business, and other realms of
Let's go, man.
to the top.
Like, you did every action steps, all the action steps from week 1, and you've made it. And right now I am in this. Gonna take me 5 hours, I think. think so. Gonna take me
Dis-
until 11 something. I'm gonna be live until midnight. So let's see where this leads us. Okay. I think we're gonna do 18-hour stream. And yeah, let's just go through the week, going strong, keeping the momentum, and just dial in. I'm not gonna open any tabs. I'm just going to focus in this part because I think this is the most practical and more about doing the I don't know. I'm just expecting the most out of this self-transcendence in this part because this I haven't heard from Charlie yet. So yeah, let's see. So tomorrow, nope, it's gonna be Sunday. So Sunday is on off day basically. We all need that day, and we grind for 6 days, and then we rest. So that's the plan. And Charlie is also an avid. He recommends to basically do this as well. So 6 days, then 1 day rest. We need that to avoid burnout, as well as just having a space for our personal lives to basically be maintained. So yeah, they'll sacrifice a lot, but the week is the week is productive, and I'm satisfied and fulfilled with how I've performed within this week. And yeah, let's just go.
Truly is the tool of the master and is the big secret behind the success of anyone who has won. So when we think about a tool is something that you use to become successful. And at least in the context of success. And discipline really is something you use. It's like you've got imagine in life you've got like a mental tool belt of different things. So you've got the tool of your intelligence, you've got the tool of all sorts of different things, but you've got the tool of discipline. And sometimes in life you're going to have to be able to pull that thing out and use it. Hyper successful people are disciplined on a level that you cannot fathom. But after this video, not only will you be able to fathom it, but you'll be able to do it as well. Now there's 3 very important definitions that you need to understand to get the most out of this video. So what actually is discipline and how do we define it? Because you might think you know what it is, but it's nice to have some common ground of understanding to get to grips with this before we pull it apart for a few hours. So discipline is doing the work, okay? And really it exists in 2 forms. So it's mental and physical exertion. And what exertion basically means is using your energy to do things, right? And using your energy to do things you usually don't want to do. But the other side of discipline is resisting impulse. So when we talk about doing the work, it's talking about exerting yourself. So for example, I'm recording this program video right now for you, and I am mentally exerting myself in the process. And so I'm exercising discipline as we speak. And also, you also have to resist impulses. So, as you're exerting yourself or as you're working, you might have impulses to check your phone, or you might have, you might be out shopping and have an impulse to buy something you don't need, or you might have the impulse to play a video game, or, open up Instagram reels or something, right? These are impulses, little, pockets of emotion that encourage our body to move towards an action that satiates that emotion and gratifies it. And we don't want to do that. When we talk about work, well, we talked about this in Trial by Fire, and we can define work as meeting resistance with effort. So we know from Trial by Fire days that resistance basically manifests when we try and do something because of our current sense of self. It comes in all sorts of different forms, and the way that we combat that is with effort. And when resistance meets effort, we get pain, which is basically just work. And then we also need to understand the term rest. This is ceasing to work, so mental or physical inactivity. So discipline has an opposite, and the opposite of discipline is rest. And this is when you're not working and you're relaxing and chilling out and not exerting yourself. And rest is extremely important because we're going to talk about how to become really disciplined and how to get really good at the skill of discipline. But what we need to learn to do is we also need to learn to rest, and we need to learn how to recover, because discipline takes a pretty remarkable toll on our and physiology and our body and our biology. You know, it's tough to keep this going. And so if you want to learn how to be disciplined, then you also need to learn how to rest as well. And this is a really interesting topic of discussion that no one in this space talks about. You know, we've got the manosphere, like, you know, on no one in this in our biology. You know, it's tough to keep this going. And so if you want to learn how to be disciplined, then you also need to learn how to rest as well. And this is a really interesting topic of discussion that no one in this space talks about. You know, we've got the manosphere, like, you know, online digital culture of grind, hustle, 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 do the work, do the work, do the work. But no one talks about rest and recovery and time off. And it's stupid that they don't. And we're going to talk a lot about that in the second half of the video. And it's just as important to know how to rest as it is to know how to discipline yourself, okay? So total discipline. At this point in the training, you have a clear vision of who you need to become. You understand beliefs, pain, and reality on a level understood by very few people on this planet. And you have a pretty good advantage because of this. So, you know, there's 7-8 billion people on the planet, and you now understand some of these core things that drive success better than 99.9999999999999% of them, right? So you've got a pretty cool advantage. But it's all now down to daily execution and staying on the rails. Because you can understand all of this stuff, this mindset stuff, the business abstractions and the theory, but really, once you understand it, you've got to execute. It's having the discipline to get up and do it every day. Success is ultimately the sum of your willpower, which is the ability to control yourself, your impulses, and your actions. Willpower allows you to do something difficult without giving up or getting distracted, and it's basically just discipline. So willpower, discipline, same thing. Most people rely on motivation to get things done, but the issue is that motivation is fickle and fleeting, and motivation is like a warm bath. You can sit in it and it feels great for a while, but it gets cold pretty damn quick, and it goes away. And so most people rely on motivation, and because they rely on motivation and their belief systems are tied up with the idea that they can't do anything if they're not motivated to do it, then if they don't have motivation, they have to wait for motivation to come back around again before they can do anything. So, you know, your average normal human has a belief system locked into their brain that states the truth, or the perceived truth, that I can only do the work if I'm on a level understood by very few people on this planet. And you have a pretty good advantage because of this. So, you know, there's 7-8 billion people on the planet, and you now understand some of these core things that drive success better than 99.99999999999% of them, right? So you've got a pretty cool advantage. But it's all now down to daily execution and staying on the rails. Because you can understand all of this stuff, this mindset stuff, the business abstractions and the theory, but really, once you understand it, you've got to execute. It's having the discipline to get up and do it every day. Success is ultimately the sum of your willpower, which is the ability to control yourself, your impulses, and your actions. Willpower allows you to do something difficult without giving up or getting distracted, and it's basically just discipline. So willpower, discipline, same thing. Most people rely on motivation to get things done, but the issue is that motivation is fickle and fleeting, and motivation is like a warm bath. You can sit in it and it feels great for a while, but it gets cold pretty damn quick and it goes away. And so most people rely on motivation, and because they rely on motivation and their belief systems are tied up with the idea that they can't do anything if they're not motivated to do it, then if they don't have motivation, they have to wait for motivation to come back around again before they can do anything. So, your average normal human has a belief system locked into their brain that states the truth, or the perceived truth, that I can only do the work if I'm motivated to do so. And you've probably seen this, it's pretty prevalent with a lot of people these days who are unsuccessful. True masters killers rely on discipline, not motivation. Self-discipline is the ability to control your emotions and your impulses and defeat your weaknesses. So let's start with delaying gratification. Because ultimately, when we exercise discipline, the thing that we are trying to do when we exercise discipline is to delay gratification. And delaying gratification is basically having some time elapse between doing something painful and receiving the reward for doing the thing that's painful. So the secret to disciplining yourself is to train your brain to think about the long term and live accordingly to your longer term goals. So you have to hook yourself on long-term gratification, and this basically means that you wait for reward. And so you're doing this actively right now by having made your way through the program this far, having been through all the foundational videos. You're putting in work, you're paying attention, you're taking notes, you're doing the action items, you're telling your friends about the program, you're doing all sorts of things. And you're probably you haven't seen any rewards yet. At this point in the training, we've gone through your business foundations and what you're going to sell and who you're going to sell to, and we're starting to build your mindset, and we're getting really clear on that, and you're getting real clear on who you need to become. And we've done a lot of personal work here, but you've probably been doing stuff for the last couple of weeks, but you haven't got a client yet, you haven't made any money yet, and you haven't received any real tangible reward. And that's perfectly normal and perfectly acceptable, and this is just delaying gratification. And you might have to wait a little bit longer to get a client and make some money. And business is basically synonymous to delaying gratification, where you do lots of work now and lots of suffering and pain now with no reward. Think about me building this program. I've been working on week 1 and week 2 of this course, so the Foundations and Mindset module, for the best part of 6 to 9 months, just to make 14 videos. That sucks, and I'm not going to see the effect of this until I launch the program, and until clients start going through it and people start scheduling to buy Easy Grow and referring their friends and growing it. And I'm going to have to work basically a full year on this thing pretty much before I receive any level of reward at all. It's a year of pain with no reward. That's delaying gratification, and it requires a lot of discipline to do that. When you do something, you don't see the positive effect of that thing for weeks, months, years, or even decades. And those are the things that you want to do. This is what masters of any field are capable of. Every action they take is pegged against the long term. So if you think about an Olympian, a professional athlete, let's take a 100-meter sprinter, right? That person could train for, a decade and not receive any gratification or reward until the day of the Olympics. So they start training when they're, 9 years old, and they enter the Olympics when they're 20 or something. That's 11 years of pain just for one moment of gratification. And that's what the masters are good at. The alternative to delayed gratification is instant gratification, which is probably what you're quite familiar with. This is basically experiencing instant pleasure without any delay or latency. Latency, by the way, means delay. You want it, and you want it now. So YouTube, Netflix, sugar, comments, views, smoking, drugs, music, drinking, partying, gossip, vaping, processed foods, seed oils, you name it, you want it now. Most people are hooked on instant gratification, and because of this, their lives are incredibly miserable. So, most people's brains, they just operate on this constant instant gratification thing. And that the real problem with this is, most people who are normal civilians and not entrepreneurs, that kind of stage that you're not so much a civilian anymore because you're going through this, you want to become a business owner, etc. But like most people, their brains are hooked on instant gratification. And when they get into business or when they try and do anything that requires delayed gratification, they quit and give up because their brain is so hardwired to expect instantaneous results that when they do work and don't see instant results, they think it's a scam, or they think that it's just not gonna work. And this happens a lot with people who are like, courses are scams. Like I've got to, what do you mean I've got to do months of work and not make any money? Scam. That's just someone basically translating their idiocy into words because their brain is so hooked on instant gratification. Like, yeah, all right, mate, why don't you just pull your vape back out and fuck off? To encode delayed gratification into your life, you must do all of the following 10 things. So really there's 10 things that feed delayed gratification and thicken the neural pathways that will allow you to delay gratification in your life. So first of all, the most important one is to resist impulses, because the gateway to experiencing instant gratification is impulse. And an impulse is basically an emotional, a temporary, fleeting emotional uprising in your brain that makes you feel like you should do something to receive an instantaneous reward. So a temporary, fleeting emotion. And an impulse is basically an emotional, a temporary, fleeting emotional uprising in your brain that makes you feel like you should do something to receive an instantaneous reward. So, when you're scrolling through, Instagram reels at 1 a.m. and, you see a really attractive woman and, there's a link in the bio, there's a link in the bio, and you're like, oh, maybe I should go and go to some dirty website and masturbate. That's an impulse, right? Or maybe you're sat there and it's Sunday and it's 4 p.m. and you're watching a movie, and out of nowhere comes the impulse for you to order a burger and some fries and just indulge. That's an impulse. Or maybe you're addicted to vaping or smoking, and
Amen. So Vance, you are done, right? That's good. You finished week 1. Let's go. We're gonna do outreach next week. That's amazing because with you doing the outreach, you get to learn a lot about your market, basically. So I think that's good that you are focusing on that. And yeah. Yeah, man. Like for sure, man. I am keen to finishing this whole 6 weeks and beyond because this is the path, the best path to financial freedom for what I'm seeing. This is the best course that we can actually consume, and the fastest one who executes wins, right? So that's our goal. And yeah, I'm just going to focus on this unrelenting discipline. I think this is it. This is the point of transformation for me. This is the point where I decided to actually decide that all or nothing. So let's see. I'm doing everything. I'm taking notes. I'm putting everything into one one thing, one focus, no distraction. So let's go, man. You are doing something. Yeah, I think I'm gonna focus on this one. So yeah, man. Nice.
You're sat there, and then you're like, where's my vape? And then you just like you go and start looking for it, and then you start panicking because you can't find it. These are impulses, okay? So you need to resist them, and you need to get good at resisting them. Or sleep. Go to bed and wake up at the same time every day without wavering. So sleep is a really good form of self-discipline, and if you can nail your sleep and you can delay that gratification to just go to bed at the right time, wake up at the right time, that will compound over time. Gratitude. So give thanks for what you have every day and recognize your blessings. Because what we need to learn to do is understand that anything that's good in your life that you have right now, you need to associate that with having delayed the gratification to get it. So there might be something you've got going for you, something that you've done for a while that is paying off, and maybe you're in decent shape, or maybe you've got something going for you. Maybe you've got a good relationship or something. Be grateful for those things and exercise gratitude to encourage future delayed gratification behaviors. Goals. Always keep your eye on the prize and never forget your goal. Look at it daily. If you remember why you're delaying gratification and doing what you're doing and putting yourself through the pain to receive the reward, then you'll keep doing it. As soon as you forget what the reward is, you stop caring about it, and your behavior will wane and you'll start being an idiot. Organization. Keep your email, phone, desktop, house, office, bedroom, everything clean. So you want to keep everything in your life neat, tidy, and organized. Because if you do this, then it's way easier for you to be disciplined. So for example, if we have a look at my my laptop background here, what you can see is pretty much nothing. So I'm not existing in this like chaotic state where I've got 100 different folders and everything. I've got a VSL that I'm working on here. I've got the slides for this video, some graphics for this VSL, and then just a workout split that I'm going to add to my phone. Then I've got the Academy, what I'm working on, and then some other stuff in here. And this level of organization is true for my phone. I don't have any apps on my phone. I don't have any notifications on. My office is neat and tidy. My house and bedroom are clean. Everything's organized, clean, and neat and tidy and put away. Because when your environments, both digitally and physically, are optimized in this way, it's incredibly easy to do the right thing and behave properly. And time management. So plan your time meticulously and always have a prioritized list on lock. So you should always know what you need to do, and you should always have a to-do list in place to make sure that you're doing the right things, and that's how you're going to keep yourself accountable to the right behavior. And you want to plan your time. So you want to plan your days, you want to plan your hours, you want to plan your weeks, you want to plan your time off, you want to plan your months, you want to plan your quarters, and you need to have a nice linear to-do list of everything you need to do so that you don't go off the rails and keep yourself clean. Now, similar to sleep, diet. Cut everything except single ingredient foods. Simplify and stick to it. It sounds weird to have dietary advice in a business training video, but I cannot tell you, if you cut out all foods except single ingredient foods, like raw single ingredient foods, I cannot tell you how much more money you're going to make. Because when you do this, you're going to drastically reduce the inflammation in your brain, which is going to raise your clarity, reduce your brain fog, and give you more energy and focus, which will allow you to execute on tasks with more efficiency and effectiveness. But also, you're not going to have crazy energy spikes or crazy emotional spikes because you're not putting, weird chemicals or manufactured organic material into your body that your body's not supposed to naturally digest and deal with. And it might seem like a weird thing to say, I'll just eat clean and you'll make more money, but trust me, you will. And anyone who's successful will tell you this. It's like boxers, they don't like to eat shit food because then they've got to exercise on shit food, because shit food doesn't really burn a clean flame. And that means that their training sessions are fueled by dirty flames, right? And that tends to not work very well. And then exercise. So work out at least 4 to 5 times a week with intensity, regardless of your mood. So, exercise your body, put yourself through some physical pain. And if you get this thing right, as well as the diet and the sleep, your body's going to be naturally energized, and conjuring up discipline and willpower is significantly easier when you've slept well, you've eaten well, and your body has been exercised. And love suffering. So remember to love and embrace the trial by fire, and meet effort with resistance, and face the pain and look to love it. Fall in love with the pain. And persistence. You need to do all of these things every day, all day, without wavering, come hell or high water. Okay? So I don't care if you're sick. I don't care if someone's died. I would have sympathy, empathy for you there, and I'd certainly care. But for the sake of taking the stance of your slightly harsh mentor, I don't care if you're going through a bad time. I don't care how anxious you feel. I don't care how depressed you feel. I don't care what your parents say. I don't care what your friends are doing. I don't care how you're feeling. You have to do these things all day, every day, because any excuse you find to slip on one of these things is an excuse you find to slip on your goals and slip on your life, and basically end up at 85, 90 things is an excuse you find to slip on your goals and slip on.
Anything here that you slip up is an excuse. Basically, be a feeder habit to go downhill from there. Because any excuse, that's a good.
Find to slip on one of these things is an excuse you find to slip on your goal.
Wait a minute, I need to get the quote from there. That is so good.
And slip on your life, and basically end up at 85, 90 years old on your deathbed, miserable and unhappy because you didn't listen to some random dude on the internet. Okay. So do them, come hell or high water. And discipline is an all or nothing affair.
I'm lagging again.
If you want results, and if you want this mindset thing to really, truly work, then you have to be all in. So you can't just think, oh, I'm just going to work really hard on my business. Because remember, we don't.
I'm lagging.
Come hell or high water.
Yep, I'm definitely lagging. Cannot use the youtube.com because it's too laggy. Or is it?
And discipline is an all or nothing affair. So if you want results, and if you want this mindset thing to really, truly work, then you have to be.
Charlie said, rule. Any excuse you find to slip on one of these things is an excuse you find to slip on your goals and slip on your life. So we need to do this every day without wavering. And that's true because remember, in the trial by fire, the current self is trying everything to do whatever it takes just to survive. So even if there's one glimmer of thing that is that can take away our focus, our energy, and our time towards our goal, that will be an opening for the current self to manifest into our lives. And we don't want that, because what we want is to be changed. The becoming self is not the person that we are in the past, right? So we must be disciplined in everything and every time. And discipline is about doing the work even without having any motivation to do so. That's such a good insight. Yeah, let's go.
All in. So you can't just think, oh, I'm just going to work really hard on my business. Because remember, we don't have business problems, we have personal problems that reflect in our business. And so, you know, if you're trying really hard in business and you're working really hard, but you're eating like shit, you're not exercising, you're sleeping like rubbish, you're not grateful for anything, you forget your goals, you're messy and not organized, then yeah, you might become a little bit successful, but significantly less than otherwise. This success thing is an all or nothing affair. You need to be on top form everywhere in your life. There is no room in any component of your life for you to slack off and basically seek instant gratification, because that's what slacking off is. And so these are the main components of your life that you need to be disciplined in. First of all, business. You need to be pushing the business forward constantly as hard as you can. And so what happens is people try and just do the business thing and they ignore the other 7 things, and then the business fails, and then they say, oh, it's all right though, because 9 out of 10 businesses fail. Fucking hell, pull your vape back out, mate. Anyway, finances, saving money, being smart, investing wisely, and not spending like an idiot. You need to be disciplined with your money and your personal finances. And your body, you need to be exercising, eating clean, sleeping well, and taking your health seriously. And your mind, you need to be meditating, keeping yourself in check, and managing your emotions and your mental health, and keeping your mind sharp and intelligent. And focus, you need to be focusing on one thing at a time, keeping your mind clear, sharp, and singular. So no multitasking, no bullshit. Social, removing bad friends and people that don't help you achieve your goals. And dopamine, you need to learn to manage your dopamine levels, not overstimulate yourself or let yourself become limbically hijacked. So limbically hijacking, or becoming limbically hijacked, is basically what happens when you expose yourself to a stimulus that essentially hijacks your limbic system and bypasses your consciousness and forces you to act on things without thinking about it. Primary example would be going to Pornhub, and then you see a thumbnail and a title and you don't even know why you clicked it, but you did. You've allowed a corporation to hijack your neurochemistry. So don't go there. Don't visit the website in the first place, you bloody idiot. Knowledge, constantly learning new things and becoming an information sponge. So you need to learn that this is all or nothing. It's not just business. It's not just making money. It's not just getting clients and doing outreach and doing sales calls. You need to be on form with your finances, your body, your mind, your focus, your social life and relationships, your dopamine, and your knowledge. And the reason you need to be all in, and the reason this is all or nothing, is because how you do one thing is how you do everything. How you do one thing is how you do everything. Discipline is a universal currency, and so is laziness. So what you need to realize is your brain is programmed in a certain, your brain is programmed in a certain way, and we want to program it towards discipline. And on a neurochemical level, on a basic brain level, right, on a limbic level, your brain cannot tell the difference between tasks. So if you're dealing with your relationships or socializing, or if you're reading, or if you're training and working out, or if you're exercising, or if you're working, or if you're doing a sales call, your brain on a limbic level, it doesn't have this like conscious thing. It's just a ball of biology. So it doesn't have situational context. It's binary. It's ones and zeros. And what that means is that your brain does everything the same way because it doesn't have context. So it's not going to It's not going to chemically prioritize business over exercise. It's just going to use the same behavioral mechanism to act on both things. And so what you need to learn to do is exercise discipline in every area of your life, because what that will basically ensure is that your default mode for dealing with everything is discipline. So lazy people struggle with business and doing work because their default mode, their default brain operating system is laziness. So in the same way that if I've got a MacBook right now that I'm recording this video on, if I open up Google Maps, then the MacBook doesn't know that I've opened up Google Maps. It's not conscious, right? But what the MacBook does is it uses its Mac OS operating software to run Google Maps. And it will use the same operating software to run Microsoft Word. And it will use the same operating software to run Google Chrome. So think about different components in your life as like programs or apps for a computer. And your brain has an operating software, and it will...
Right? I have so many realizations just now. So I've put in 11 hours, 32 minutes, and 37 seconds into just work today. It's all or nothing, but it needs to be in top form everywhere in my life. Not just on focusing on this, but being in top form in my finances, in my body. I shouldn't sacrifice my health on doing this, right? And just being excellent at everything. Being disciplined, not just in focus, not just in work, not just in business, but to every aspect of our lives. Because how you do one thing is how you do everything. Discipline is a universal currency, and so is laziness. You are seeing instant gratification in one area of your life. This will seep into every other area in your life and destroy your chances of being successful. I see. That's why we need to be all or nothing. That's why we need to do the following 9 things, right? Resist impulses, sleep, gratitude, goals, organization, time management, diet, exercise, love, suffering, and persistence. The persistence is key. Every day, come hell or high water, we don't stop. We don't stop to be excellent. We do all those 9 things every day, and we do it with excellence. Damn.
That operating software to run every single program in your life, whether that's your mind, your body, your focus, your social life, your dopamine, your knowledge, your business, your finances. It deals with everything in the same way. And so what you need to learn to do is discipline yourself in every...
Yo, man. Rahul, I think I'm gonna work same time, 7 a.m. We're being consistent, not just with our work, but on our bedtimes, on our health. We're not gonna sacrifice, okay? We're not gonna sacrifice our workouts, our gym sessions, just to be faster than everyone else. You need to have this in check. And yeah, I think for me, I've actually decided for the past days that I'm gonna lessen my gym activity. I've been going to the gym for, like, I'm very active. Okay, I'm very active in my gym, and I love working out. But I see it as like a desperation of mine that is not good, because I am neglecting these aspects in my life. That the thing is, it can be an opening point to the current self to destroy basically all my progress, right? So we need to keep this every aspect in our life in check. That's what happens in what I'm saying for the successful ones, right? They just because they've not done the work needed for other things to flow. They start neglecting their family. They start neglecting their health. Yeah, they're rich, but are they wealthy? So that's good, Rahul. Like, you're doing okay. So you're going to the gym in the morning. I think for me, the best time for me to go to the gym is, I don't know. I'm flexible at my time, but I need to stick to one schedule so that I can be consistent with it. And yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna take a break. Wait a minute. BRB.
of your life, so that your natural default mode for operation, your default operating system for every program you run in your life or every app you run in your mind, is discipline. Because if you're seeking instant gratification in one area of your life, then this will seep into every other area of your life and destroy your chances of being successful. So this is why, for example, if I'm eating food for lunch, I will avoid watching YouTube or scrolling through short form content or watching a movie. Because what that means is I'm training my brain to do that in other areas of my life. So it means when I sit down to work, my brain's default mode is slightly biased towards, wanting to watch some videos or listen to a podcast whilst I work. Like if you multitask in different areas of your life, then you will bring that into work. And you cannot get away with anything. Any mode of behavior that you facilitate outside of business and work will seep into your work. So it's crucial that you're airtight everywhere. And how someone works out is how they will work. So, if when you're working out, if you're working out and you get to the point, you're doing like a set, let's say you're doing a set of bench press, and if you're sort of like getting a little tired and you kind of can't be bothered to do some more reps, then you're going to
Yo,
carry
man.
that
So,
energy and that mode of behavior into your work.
what are
And
you
how
working
someone
on?
socializes is how they will work. So, if someone's got a massive social circle and, they've got a really divergent social circle and they're constantly making new friends and filling this social void, then what they're going to do at work is bring that in. They're going to try and, talk to loads of people and be really extroverted and probably get nothing done. And how someone watches a movie is how they will work. So when you watch a movie, are you sat on your phone or are you actually paying attention? Are you having to indulge in sugar and popcorn and stuff whilst you do it, or can you just sit and watch it? How you do that is how you will work. And how someone sleeps is how they will work. So if you've got a nice, clean, regimented sleeping pattern where you go to bed at the same time, wake up at the same time, and you sleep properly, you'll do the same thing with your work. And how someone reads is how they will work. So all of your behaviors, all of them, will feed into your work. It's impossible for your brain to differentiate between tasks. It treats everything the same with the same mechanism. And your brain works on familiarity and application. Whatever mode is most familiar with the brain is the mode it will apply to work. Now, if you're
It
seeking
is
delayed
lagging.
gratification
So laggy.
at work, but instant gratification
Uh.
everywhere else in your life,
Wait a minute. It's laggy.
person with watch a movie, are you sat on your phone or are you actually paying attention? Are you having to indulge in sugar and popcorn and stuff whilst you do it, or can you just sit and watch it? How you do that is how you will work. And how someone sleeps is how they will work. So if you've got a nice, clean, regimented sleeping pattern where you go to bed at the same time, wake up at the same time, and you sleep properly, you'll do the same thing with your work. And how someone reads is how they will work. So all of your behaviors, all of them, will feed into your work. It's impossible for your brain to differentiate between tasks. It treats everything the same with the same mechanism. And your brain works on familiarity and application. Whatever mode is most familiar with the brain is the mode it will apply to work. Now, if you're seeking delayed gratification in your work, but instant gratification everywhere else in your life, then your work will suffer and your business will fail. And this is because the brain will use the easiest default mode to deal with whatever it's familiar with. Okay? So like I just said, if you're seeking instant gratification in other areas of your life, then you will seek it in your work. And it's impossible to find in your work, so you're going to give up or start doing shit that's stupid and won't actually get your results. Becoming successful requires you to be great in every area of your life, not just the business. You need to smash it with your finances, your personal finances, right? Your body, your mind, your focus, your social life, your dopamine, your knowledge, and all other areas of your life if you want to win and succeed. Why? Well, it's because people don't have business problems, they have personal problems that will reflect in their business. And a business is basically put on top of the founder's life. And you can imagine business as like pressure. So, when you're just existing, when you're just living as a normal civilian, you can get away with this shit. If you just got a 9 to 5, you're just working in a restaurant or something, or you're just chilling, like you can get away with being a little hungover at work, or eating loads of shit food and being really tired in the afternoon, or having a chaotic social life, or having a toxic relationship. Like these things, like they don't, if you bring them into work, it doesn't really matter because you have no ambition or desire to rapidly grow your career. But the second that you assume the responsibility of a business and you have this entity and employees, and suddenly it's like, you've got this becoming self that you've got to become, you start to become responsible, and this is pressure. So you can imagine that like a person with a shitty life, it's like having cracks in their life. And if you're a submarine and you have a crack in your hull, so if there's a crack in the submarine, then that might not be a problem at the surface of the ocean. But the second the submarine submerges down deep into the water pressure increases, and any little crack is vastly expanded and will explode. And so this is my point, is the size of the bigger your business gets, the more pressure that's put on you. And if there's cracks in your life, or there's issues in your life, then the pressure will expose those cracks and your business will fall apart because of them. There's no room to have cracks, okay? You truly cannot get away with anything. So that addiction you've got, that habit you've got, that person in your life, that snack you eat every night, that YouTube video you watch, that YouTuber you watch outside of educational content, that show, it's all got to go. You have to seek greatness and perfection everywhere. And this moves me on to my next topic, which is sacrifice, giving to get. So let me ask you a rhetorical question, because obviously parasocially you cannot answer through this video. How bad do you want to be successful? If I ask you that question, you'd probably say, yeah, real bad. And if you ask most people this question, they say, yeah, really badly. Like, I really want to be successful. Like, I want success as much as I want to breathe. That they quote that motivational video that you might have seen, maybe you haven't. But everyone says they want it. Everyone says they want to succeed. Everyone says, yeah, I'm going to do it. I really want it. I want it real bad. Now, the problem with this is it's very easy to say that you want success, but it's another thing to prove it. Because everyone says they want it, but no one proves it. How do you prove it? What's the true measure of how bad you want to be successful? One word: sacrifice. Giving things up. This is the true measure of your desire to succeed. There is no greater telltale sign of how successful someone's going to be than how much they're willing to sacrifice for that success. People talk a big game and say they're hungry to succeed, but the minute you tell them to sacrifice something they care about, or the minute they realize they have to sacrifice something they care about, they reveal their true character and their true priorities. You have to learn to worship success. And when you worship something, you naturally have to make sacrifices for it. So religious people understand this. If you believe in God, or if someone believes in God, then they worship that God, and they will sacrifice things in their life for God. They'll sacrifice their time and by going to the church or to the mosque, and they'll sacrifice behaviors like lustful behaviors or proud behaviors, or all sorts of things that you might want to do that would feel pretty pleasurable. You have to sacrifice for the God you believe in, whether that be Jesus, Muhammad, or there's plenty of religions, but you get my point. Every activity or thing in your life that isn't related to the achievement of your goal must be eliminated immediately. I don't care about your emotions. I don't care about your feelings or your reaction to this statement. You're welcome to hang on to your thing, but just know if you do, it'll cost you everything. And if you don't sacrifice things for your goal will become the sacrifice. So you're probably thinking right now, there's probably a few things in your life that you need to get rid of, but you don't want to. Fucking get rid of them. If you're not willing to sacrifice those things, then you will not become successful. It is as simple as that. Get rid of them. Okay? We'll talk about it. So here's a list of everything. Well, it's not really everything. The list would probably be more comprehensive than this, but here's a list of everything that I could list in 5 minutes that I sacrificed to become a multi-millionaire. So I got rid of sugar, which sucked because you have cravings and withdrawals, and you go through something called keto flu, which is very unpleasant, and getting yourself off sugar or carbs as well, is tough, it's difficult. Alcohol and heavy drinking, smoking, so quitting smoking, that kind of sucks. Late nights, lay-ins, parties. I basically sacrificed my 20s, like the social life. When I put uni library here because I've got a fond memory. It wasn't so fond at the bloody time, but I used to go to university at a university called Plymouth University in the UK, down southwest of the UK. And the library of the university was called I think it's like the Charles Seal Hayne Library or something like that. And every night, my flatmates and my friends would host parties, because I lived in student accommodation, so university halls, or dorm rooms as you'd call it in America. And every night, my friends and flatmates would host parties. And, you know, they'd buy loads of drinks and alcohol and drugs. And, you know, we do, like, in the UK, you have this thing called pre-drinks, which is where you drink in your flat before you go out, and then you drink more, and then you end up seriously regretting that. But they'd have parties, and the parties would be at my flat. And, you know, what I would do is I'd pick up my gym bag, you know, at like 7 p.m. and I would walk myself over to the university campus, which was about a 15-20 minute walk. And in my bag, I'd bring books and my laptop. And what I would do is I would go to the library and I would sit there and speed read self-help business books until 11 p.m., 12 a.m. Then I'd go home, cook some food and go to sleep, because I knew that by 11 o'clock or 12 a.m., the local club, which was called Prism, if you've ever been to a prison before in the UK, I do sincerely apologise for your experience because it's not that great. But Prism would open at like 11 or 12, so I knew that by then all of my friends would have gone, and you know, so I would just leave as soon as, if there was a party being hosted, I would walk to the library and read. And that's a sacrifice to make at the age of 19 or 20. Like, that's a fucking hard thing to do. But I knew this stuff and I had to do it. I had to sacrifice porn, so I don't watch pornography, I don't engage in any of that stuff, and I also don't have any social media either, so I don't see any of that, any of the porn bait that you'd get, like the OnlyFans stuff, whatever. But I had to get rid of this because I was like, I know that I can't be, you know, engaging in just short-term pleasure and watching this stuff, and I'm never going to have a healthy long-term relationship, and all these things have got to go. Xbox and PS4. I had an Xbox and I ran a bath and put it in the bath. You know, and also I had a gaming PC as well when I was younger, when I was like 17, and I basically got the gaming PC, I got a screwdriver and took it apart, and then I smashed up all of the parts, and then I couldn't put it back together, and because I was only 17, I didn't have the money to buy another one. So I literally just sacrificed my gaming PC. I literally just disemboweled it and then destroyed it. And then, like, you know, a day or two later were the insane urges to play League of Legends or Minecraft or whatever stupid game I was playing at the time. But I couldn't indulge in those impulses because I'd sacrificed the PC. I've done some extreme shit to become successful. Like, people look at me on YouTube and stuff, and I get comments, and I get comments on videos, and I get people in like real life, like friends and stuff, being like how did you do this? Like, why is it that you got to the multi-eight figure mark and everyone else who started around your time just gave up or struggled or is still just making like no money? It's because of this. It's because of the shit like smashing up the gaming PC or going to the library or, you know, all this stuff. And my friends, I turned my back on everyone I knew for a year and a half to become successful, and I lost a lot of friends. And Netflix and YouTube and short form content and all social media. So I used to have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Snapchat. I've never had TikTok actually, because it's only been released in the last like 5 years, and I had it on lock by then. But like, you know, I used to have all of this, you name it, I had it, social media. And I had to delete it. You know, I got rid of it and it sucked and it was horrible, but now I don't use it. And junk food. So, you know, I had to sacrifice like junk food and all this crap. And also my entire wardrobe. So what I did, and this is, you don't have to necessarily do this, but what I did is I got rid of all of my clothes, and I bought a bunch of black t-shirts, a bunch of black trousers, and a bunch of black shorts. And then I just I basically worn the same thing every day for like 8 years. And the reason I did that is to reduce my decision fatigue. And decision fatigue is the more decisions you make throughout the day, the worse your decisions get throughout the day. And by wearing the same thing every day, it's one less decision I have to make, which means that when I make business decisions, I'm slightly sharper and I don't have to think about this. And also I don't get weird impulses to buy random clothes. And dating apps, like I got rid of I just didn't date. I basically didn't date for like 2 years. Like I didn't like watch porn or have sex or do any casual sex or anything like that for a very, very, very long time. I was just dialed in. It's a sacrifice. You know, who the hell wants to give these things up? These things feel great. Like in the moment, like these things, they're fucking awesome. Like you loving it. But I knew that I couldn't. And, here's a list of things that I currently sacrifice to get to the next level. So, I'm at the point where I'm at that 8-figure level, on the way to multi 8 figures, and I've got no doubt in the near future on the horizon will be 9 figures, multi 9 figures. Like, I'm going to be a billionaire. There's no two ways about that. As long as God or the universe, whatever you believe in, graces me with enough time, I'll get there. And there's not a doubt in my mind. But, I'm not going to get there whilst clinging on to lots of shit. So here's some things that I currently sacrifice that I could have, that I don't, to get to the next level. So supercars. So, if I wanted to, I could go down to, Mayfair in London, where I am right now, and I could go to the Lamborghini dealership or the Bugatti dealership or the Ferrari dealership, and I could go and spend like $1 million or $2 million or $3 million on supercars and, find a garage and just put them in there and drive them around and have civilians rotate their neck muscles to pay attention to me and all of my clout. I could go and do that, but yeah, sure, that might feel good. Like maybe sometimes I'm like, oh yeah, I wish I had like a Lambo so everyone knew who I was. Then I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? That'd be stupid. So these things might feel great, but fuck it. Fame and influence. So I've got the know-how and the money and the competence from a content perspective to make viral content and become famous. I know the playbook. I know exactly how to do it. And if I wanted the massive audience with consumers, I could do that. But my videos are more business focused and focused on my mission and my vision, which is helping people start businesses and become successful. And I don't want to just make trite, shallow lifestyle vlogs that don't really add any value and just capture the attention of random people that have no interest in actually doing anything. They're just dreamers, right? And boats and jets. So, oh, I don't want to switch. Don't know why my language has just switched to Arabic. Sorry about that. Anyway, boats and jets. So, I could go and buy like a Sunseeker yacht, and I can probably charter like a private jet to go to Vegas and gamble. But, I'm sacrificing these things. Famous friends. So, when you become successful, you can get into some pretty exclusive clubs. I know lots of people who know lots of people in Dubai, in London, etc., who are quite famous, and I know where these people hang out. I know what clubs they go to. I've played sports with some of them, and like I've met some of them and stuff. And like if I wanted to, I could become this like socialite person that is friends with all of these big YouTubers or rappers or whatever the hell. Not like A-list celebrities, right? I'm not talking like Kanye. I don't think he'd be that interested in being friends with me. Then again, I might not be interested in being friends with him, but that's a story for another day. I'm sure he's probably an alright guy. Anyway, he's a bit controversial, so we'll leave it at that. But you know what I mean? I'm not going to be like banging on Harry Styles' door like, all right, babe, do you want to go out for a drink? But my point is that I could have this wild, Great Gatsby social circle, but I would rather just have the boys that I'm friends with, right? Luxury brands. So I could go and buy all the luxury brands, or watches. Like I could have a multi-$6 or $1 million watch collection, or a mansion. Like I had the mansion in Dubai. I lived on the Palm. I had like the most exclusive address on the planet, with a house that cost like $10 million, and I had it. And when you have a mansion, like everything, I had it. It was great, but I realized I had to sacrifice it. I moved back to London, right? Since I started recording this program. And I moved to London, and I live in a nice apartment in London, and it's in a posh part, expensive part of London, and stuff like that. But I'm not living in like a 8-bedroom fucking giga mansion that you bring a girl home to that and she's just like, marry me. That's pretty much what happens, by the way. Story for another day. But anyway, parties. So same thing. You get invited to lots of parties. When you're successful, you can go to these clubs and you can buy tables for 10 grand and all these dinners and stuff, galas, blah blah blah. Travel. So I could literally go wherever I want, whenever I want, with whoever I want, at pretty much a moment's notice, anytime, anywhere, wherever. if I decided tomorrow that I wanted to go to the Maldives, and then the next day I wanted to be in LA, and the day after that I wanted to go to the North Pole, I could fucking do it. Like once you have the money, you can go anywhere. And I want to get to the next level and become a billionaire, and I'm not going to do that by partying all the time and traveling all the time and spending time in stupid mansions or buying these silly things. And the same thing goes for freedom, right? And social life. So to be fair, I have a decent social life. I play some sports, I see some friends, but my social circle is quite tight-knit and small. And the last one is the woman thing. So what I can tell you, if you're a young guy watching this, maybe you aspire to this, but once you get to a certain level of financial abundance, you become very confident, and women, the whole dating thing gets quite easy. And you know, the really attractive, the 10-10 models, whatever you're looking into, whatever you want, they get, you know, they actually become attracted to you, because you know, people tend to date at their level. And so if you've got a woman who's beautiful in her own right and she's like a runway model or something, those girls aren't dating guys that are just broken. Some of them might, like, I'm not saying they're gold diggers, and I'm not calling attractive women gold diggers at all. I'm just saying that if as a woman you're beautiful, you have more let's say social leverage to pick and choose who you want. And if I was a beautiful woman, I would probably pick and choose a man who was competent enough to take care of me financially. Why would you not? In the same way that lots of rich guys who are very successful and have high status and high value want a beautiful woman. And so, you know, if I wanted to, I could hop on Raya, you know, which is the dating app for the rich and famous. I'm not on it, but I could. I know people that are on it, so you just get referred. And then, you know, I could do that. And then what I could do is I could start posting on Instagram, like all of my fancy shit, and then start the DM game where I'm sliding into the DMs of Instagram models, and they would reply because they can see all of this stuff. And then I could start sleeping with these people. Like, I'm telling you, once you have money, all of this stuff is possible and easy. Like the world just opens up to you. But that's a big problem, because if you want to get to the millionaire, multi-millionaire point, and then enjoy the fruits of your labor by having all these things, then you can absolutely do that. And I'm not advocating for sacrifice of these things if you want them. What I'm saying is I want to be a billionaire and build a massive, impactful company more than I want the instant pleasure and status associated with the following things that I've just highlighted. And so what you have to do in life is you have to pick what you want, because if you want to build something massive, you can try to keep these things in your life if you want to, and you can probably still build a big successful company with a few of these things in your life, but it's going to be significantly harder, it's going to happen 10 times slower, and it's far less likely to happen. Okay? Like, yeah, you might find that, you know, but what about this guy that's got these cars and is more successful than you? Or what about this guy that dates all these women and is a billionaire? Like, yeah, I'm not saying this is like a bulletproof thing. My point is that when you sacrifice these things, they drastically increase your chances of becoming successful, and they make it more of a sure thing. Now, the only things that I haven't sacrificed in my life towards my goals are my very close friendships. So, you know, my best mates, my relationship. So I'm not one to talk about my personal relationship with whoever I'm with, because it's not really anybody's business, and I like to keep my very, very personal relationships private and personal, as I'm sure you would if you had an audience as well. And my family. So I'd never sacrifice my relationship with my family, but also my health. So the only things that I don't sacrifice are my close relationships with people that I love, or my health. So my best friends, my girlfriend or my wife, whatever. My mother, my father, my grandmother, my sister, my brother, my uncles, my aunties, my family, all of those people, I'm never sacrificing. I would rather be unsuccessful than lose people that I love, right? Because there's nothing more important than that to me, at least. Well, that's a very sweeping statement, and I don't know if I've thought that through entirely, but you get my point, right? And also health. So something that I would never sacrifice is my health. Now, I have in the past sacrificed my health, and as I'm going to tell you a story later on in this video where I did kind of let my health slip for my business and my success. And sometimes you have to do that. Sometimes you have to take short-term health hits to get your business off the ground, but for the long term, it's not advisable. You still need close relationships. You still need love. You still need a loving relationship. You still need to sleep properly, eat properly, and exercise. Without these things, your limbic system will wreak havoc on you and mess your focus up. So, if you don't have any friends, or if you don't have any love in your life, then your brain won't let you work because you're just going to constantly seek it. Now, that's not to say that you can't go a year or two without those things like I did. So when I got rid of all of my friends, and I didn't have a girlfriend or anything like that for like nearly 2 years, and I didn't really eat or sleep properly whilst I was building my business for the first 2 years, and I came out just fine. But for the long term, if you want to do this for anything longer than a couple of years, then you need to kind of have these things on lock, which requires discipline and obviously delayed gratification. So what you want to do is you want to think of it like this as a visual. Everyone in life has a flame, and this flame represents your energy, your focus, and your personal, mental, or time capacity for success. So when you're thinking about becoming successful, there's this flame that burns inside of you. And the bigger the flame, the more energy, the more focus, the more time you have. And right now, you spend a lot of your energy. So this flame is burning in all sorts of different directions right now. So all of your energy, focus, capacity, and time is spent on lots of bullshit that doesn't help you achieve your goal. So, your wardrobe and what you're wearing, or what you're eating, or your junk food, or your social media consumption, or your short form content addiction, or you're spending time on YouTube or watching your Netflix series. You're spending time with friends that aren't good for you, or playing video games, or on your Xbox. You're spending time watching porn and trying to find the perfect video to masturbate to, and spending hours doing that and thinking about that and being an idiot. You're spending loads of time laying in bed and just being lazy, or having these late nights, or partying, or drinking, or smoking. Like, all of these things are behaviors that take energy from you, right? You only have so much flame, so much burn that you can give. And what you do is you throw it all on the fire. So metaphorically speaking, when you sacrifice something, what you do is you take all of the energy, focus, mental capacity, and time spent on it, and you burn it. And what that does is it increases the size of your flame so that you can channel this all into work. And so when you sacrifice something, you basically gain more energy and more time, because all of the energy and time you were putting into it is now available to you to put somewhere else. So let's say right now that you spend 3 hours a day playing Call of Duty. If you sacrifice Call of Duty, you now have 3 new hours per day, and however much energy you would spend on that thing to put into your work. And that's how you get an advantage. And when you sacrifice everything at once, your flame will burn. Because imagine if you did no bullshit, you'd have all the time in the world to just work. And then that's how you become successful, because you can start executing on things real quick. So you want to sacrifice all of it. And I can hear what you're thinking and saying right now. But Charlie, I need it. I can't possibly get rid of X. X is denoted not as the social media platform, but the thing that you need to give up. Like, don't lie to me. Don't lie to yourself. There's something in your life right now, the big thing, that big thing that you're thinking about right now as I'm talking about it, that you need to sacrifice and get rid of. There is. It could be a game. It could be a person, a relationship. It could be an addiction. It could be a habit. It could be anything. It could be a belief system. But you know what it is. Probably not a belief system, although we're going to sacrifice us anyway. But you know what I mean, right? And you're probably talking about it like, I can't possibly get rid of it. I need it. That's what you're saying to yourself. You're saying, I need it, Charlie. I need this thing. Well, you fucking don't. You don't. What you need is to get rid of it so you can become successful. It's bullshit. You can get rid of it, you just don't want to, and you're frightened. You've cooked up a lie in your head that this thing is necessary and that you and your business need it to survive. You don't, and it's bullshit. Truly, if you really want to know what this thing is, all it is just you clinging to your current identity onto, it's your current sense of self and your current identity clinging on to something that gives it steam and life. So remember when we talked about this whole point of like, you need to sort of kill your current self to become who you need to become to achieve your goals? And we discussed this and how, like, you know, in Trial by Fire, we talked about how it's you know, your current sense of self has a survival bias and it's going to try and stop you from, you know, doing new things that basically, you know, kill it off. Well, all of these things that you need to sacrifice are things that your current sense of self is attached to. And so when you sacrifice one of these things, you sort of remove that part of your identity, which is quite painful, which is why you're so convinced you need to keep it. This is all just resistance, and you know, your current sense of self is just kicking up a fuss here. So what you need to do is make the decision to get rid of all of it. All of these things you need to sacrifice. Think of it like this. This is a really cool metaphor here. So, you know when you play a video game and you try and defeat a boss, and that boss has healers. So maybe you've played like a video game before and you're trying to kill a boss, and that boss keeps getting healed by these things. And usually if you're doing that, what you would do is you'd kill the healers. Well, all of these things you need to sacrifice are like healers for your current self. So if you're trying to defeat your current self, which is the boss you're currently fighting, but you don't take out the healers, then what's going to happen is the boss or the current sense of self is going to be consistently reinforced and healed by the healers, which means that you can't defeat it. And it doesn't matter how hard you swing at this thing, it doesn't matter how much magic power you use to try and defeat the boss that is your current sense of self, if it's being healed by these stupid behaviors, then you're not going to defeat it. So imagine in a video game, you're trying to defeat a boss, but NPC mobs keep spawning to heal the boss. Like what you would do is you defeat the healers. But this is what is sacrificable behavior that is your current identity. So in video games, if you want to kill the boss, you kill the healers first. And I'm telling you that these things that you need to sacrifice are like the healers. So when you try and take out your current sense of self and you start trying to change, if you're keeping these things behind and you're keeping the addictions and the bad habits, then your current sense of self is being consistently reinforced and healed. And it doesn't matter how hard you swing at it, it's always going to come back with a vengeance. So think of it like that and sacrifice everything. And I know it sounds extreme, but the reason that this program and that I get such extreme results for you is because I recommend extreme measures. Get rid of everything. Do not get rid of your health, your family, your relationship, or your very close friendships. Anything else, because these are the things that you need, right? These are, if we ask, you know, any deep psychologists like Maslow's hierarchy of needs and stuff, these are the things we need. Like, you don't sacrifice the roof over your head. You know, you don't sacrifice your access to running water. You know, but those are things that we have in the West that we take for granted anyway. Maybe you're in the East, but you probably have those things, right? I hope you do. So don't sacrifice these things, because these things you actually truly physiologically need. Your limbic system needs these things to, you know, work and run properly. And yeah, you can go without them for a year or two, but not for the long term, because you'll go weird and strange. So what we're going to do is a sacrifice audit. So I want you to do this right now. So this is a personal sacrifice audit. So what you're going to do with this is basically list everything below that you're going to sacrifice for the pursuit of your goal. So, you know, we've got this little bullet point list here. So, you know, you can access this resource in the description of the school community, or sorry, of the school group. And I want you to do it right now. So it shouldn't take you more than 5 minutes to just list these things out. So pause the video and go and do it now, or, you know, just let me explain. So, you know, you could put in like League of Legends, or you could put, you know, like weed, you know, anything like this. These things that you think you need that you don't, okay? And then what you're going to do is you're going to write out the one that you really don't want to list. So this is the big, bad, scary one that you do not want to get rid of. So what you're going to do is you're going to list out a bunch of stuff here, but you're going to probably leave one thing out. You're going to leave out the thing that you really don't want to get rid of, and I want you to write it here, because we need to get rid of it. And by writing this out, I sort of, sorry if you can hear my water bottle opening here. I'm just going to drink something real quick. These recordings can be pretty tiring on the mouth. Anyway, now write out the one thing you don't want to list. So get rid of the one thing, and then what I want you to do is write down what action items you're going to take today to start the sacrifices, and then you're going to write out take today to start the sacrifices, and then you're going to write out what drastic action to take right now to get rid of this final boss sacrifice as well. So basically, if you're scared or anxious, this is good. If you're in pain right now and you're feeling nervous about this and worried, that's good, because you're experiencing pain. Remember, pain is when resistance meets effort. So you're going to feel a lot of resistance to sacrifice these things, but if you put the effort in to sacrifice them, you're basically, remember what we talked about this with the bank of suffering, right? And building up this pain tolerance and stacking as much pain as we possibly can. This is the easiest way for you to earn lots and lots of pain points and to stack up that pain currency bank account. Like, because this is the most painful thing. Like, if you can do this, if you can sacrifice all these things, I promise you that everything else gets easy and the world will truly open up to you, because this is the hardest thing to do. Like, doing the outreach, the sales calls, the client delivery, building the business, it's hard, it sucks. It's going to be lots of pain, rejection, fear, doubt, stress, tiredness, exhaustion. But the hardest thing to do is giving up the shit you don't want to give up. So if you can do this, then the rest of what you have to do will pale in comparison. And there's no better way for you to build up your pain points than this, I promise you. So for example, for me, the one thing that I didn't want to get rid of when I was like 17, 18 or whatever, it wasn't 18, I was like 16, 17, was video games. Like I really did not want to get rid of these things. Like I played my computer religiously. Like if I had a spare moment, I'd be on there playing League of Legends, I'd play Minecraft, all sorts of stuff. And it had to go. And I managed to get my diet in order. I managed to sleep well. I did everything right. But the one thing that I couldn't get rid of was the gaming thing. It was the one thing that was like the ultimate thing. So, what I did is the drastic action I took was to destroy, right? So what I did is like I told you, I disassembled my PC and I destroyed it. And then I ran a bath and I kid you not, this is no word of a lie, I put my Xbox in the bath. And lo and behold, the Xbox didn't work anymore. And, I got my PC components, I put them in a box and I chucked them out. And I chucked the Xbox out. And what that meant is I had no means to play video games anymore. It was hilarious because the only thing that I had left that I could play video games on was my Nintendo DS. So most of you who are Gen Z, you won't know what a Nintendo DS is, but it's like a little flip up like gaming console. And the only game that I had that I could play was Pokemon Platinum or something. And it got to the point where I was trying to play Pokemon. I was that addicted to gaming that I was trying to just play Pokemon on this little Nintendo DS screen. Then I kind of realized I was like being an idiot, so I just put the DS away and just never looked back. But you need to just final boss sacrifice. There's got to be a drastic action you can take, and it's gonna feel fucking drastic. Like people are gonna think you're insane. Because this gaming PC I had was like it was like £2,000. My Xbox was like £300. Like these were Christmas presents, these were birthday presents. And people thought like my parents were like, what the fuck are you doing? My friends were like, what the hell are you doing? But I was like, the more drastic the action, the more of a statement it is. In the same way that when we're looking at what I'm sacrificing at the moment, all these things here, like I'm just trying to think of an example of like a drastic thing, but I've never really engaged in these things, to be honest. So yeah, no, we won't go down that path. But you get my point, right? So yeah, write down what you're going to get rid of, write down the big thing you need to get rid of, and then write down what you're going to do to get rid of these things. So if for example, you want to sacrifice junk food and sugar, then go into your cupboard at home right now and get rid of all of the junk food and sugar, and just, any energy drinks or Coca-Cola, just pour it down the drain, and any sugar or any shitty foods, just take it to a food bank or put it in the bin. If you're trying to get rid of porn, or you like a porn addiction or something, then go to your internet provider and tell them to disable it. Like tell them to disable adult content, and then that way, if you want to turn it back on, you've got to go and ask them, which is a little bit awkward. But actually, that might not work because I think internet providers you can turn it on and off like yourself. But some of these things you have to just power your way through. But we want to find actions where we can. Okay. So. Here are some personal examples of drastic action I took to sacrifice the things that I needed to get rid of. So, we know about the gaming PC analogy and the Xbox bath thing. Now, this is another one. When I was 21, 22, at that point I was a millionaire, and I went on this sort of like dating rampage because I was like, oh, I'm just gonna, now I'm a millionaire and I've got all this money and I can, and I can attract these girls, and I did. And at one point I was talking to, I think probably like 4 or 5 people at once, just like aimlessly texting them and like sleeping around as being an idiot, stupid. And I kind of realized, I was like, I have to sacrifice this casual dating thing. Like I've got to sacrifice these women, like not in an actual physical sacrificial way where I'm like slitting their throats and taking them up to a temple or something. What I meant is I texted all of the girls that I was seeing that I'm not interested and don't see a future with them. And this is a painful thing to do. I text everyone, all these girls that had potential that I was talking to that I didn't have any long-term intentions with, I was just casually seeing. I just text them all. I was like, hey, I'm ready to focus on my business. I don't see this going anywhere. I want to be honest with you, so I wish you the best of luck. And I copy and pasted like this message to like, 5 or 6 people. And you can only just imagine the responses, right? Understandably, it's my fault. But I did that, and and that was pretty drastic, because I can tell you from experience that if you say that to someone and you cut that off, and a month later you change your mind and message them, they won't have any of it. All right. So drastic action. I moved to a city, so I moved down to Plymouth, when I'm brand new, knowing no one, which was a good sacrifice. I also sacrificed this was a big one. This was a massive one that massively helped me become successful. No one thinks about to do this, but this really helped. I sacrificed my financial comfort zone. So one thing that happens is a lot of people are very comfortable in life, and they like their little comfort zone, specifically with their money and their finances. So what I did is I had this money that I had saved up, and it made me feel a little bit comfortable, a little bit secure, which is fine. But what I did is I bought a high ticket course for the business, right? So there was this course requiring me to put like 10 grand, 15 grand down or something, right? And that was kind of, I had a little bit of money, but a payment plan, it wasn't that much, right? And what I did is I bought this high ticket course from my mentor, which was absolutely fucking terrifying, because I was like, this is my like last bit of money, like I need it to work. But what this did is I sacrificed my comfort zone financially, and that it forced me to work. Like it pushed me to, I was like, I've got to replenish these cash reserves. So I kind of gave myself no choice. Like I burned the bridges, I burned the boat, so to speak. And it was very uncomfortable. It was very painful. But I'll tell you, in terms of deposits to the bank of suffering, that was a big one. That was a massive sacrifice. You can't afford to be risk averse here. Like if you want this business to work, sometimes you have to sacrifice money and short-term comfort. Like, you need to actively seek out a way to invest what you have so that you can push yourself out of your comfort zone. And to me, the most logical thing was to buy a high ticket course from Sam, my mentor. And that was 7 years ago, I think. And that was a very worthwhile thing to do. But yeah, I also chucked out all my clothes, bought a new cheap, simple wardrobe. You know, I used to spend like all my money on clothes. I'd buy like $2,000 sneakers, and I'd buy all these brands and like all this shit and these watches and stuff. And then I just chucked them all out and just bought black t-shirts. And I told everyone that I was going to stop. So this is a big thing you can do. When I say X, I don't mean like Twitter, right? But I told everyone I was going to stop whatever it was I wanted to stop. So if I decided I was going to sacrifice drinking or smoking, I just tell everyone, like, hey guys, I don't smoke anymore. Because then if you're with them and you smoke, they're like, I thought you said you weren't going to smoke, you idiot. And then you feel, you get this thing called social cognitive dissonance, which is where you start feeling guilty that you've told someone you're going to do something and you're not doing it. And don't think you can get away with anything. So when it comes to doing these sacrifices and listing out these actions and starting to note what you're going to do to get rid of these things, you cannot get away with anything. So, what you might be thinking is, I'll just put the Xbox under my bed. Once every now and then can't hurt, right? Fucking wrong. Or, I'll just tell that bad friend or that toxic relationship that I just can't see them for a month and it will fizzle out, right? Fucking wrong. Or, I'll just ask my mum, I'll just ask my mum to hide all the junk food. I won't go looking for it. Fucking wrong. Your decision to sacrifice whatever it is you need to sacrifice must be absolute. If it isn't, you haven't really made the sacrifice. You've just buried it in a coping pretty fucking hard. Okay? So, if you're like, if there's something you can do to sacrifice something you need, if you're like, if there's something you can do to sacrifice something you need to get rid of, I'm just trying to think of an example here. Okay, perfect example. Okay, so let's say that you want to get rid of Instagram because you're probably going to need to sacrifice Instagram. Now, is it going to be helpful in the future for business? Yeah, maybe you're going to start an Instagram account for your personal brand and start making content to get clients, right? That might be a good thing to do. But right now, you probably have a personal Instagram account, and on that personal Instagram account, 3 things happen. 1, you post pictures of yourself for validation and attention, which reinforces an instant gratification feedback loop. Bad. 2, you scroll through your newsfeed and you scroll through your Instagram reels, stimulating your brain and encouraging your brain to expect instant gratification with the flick of a single muscle group in your finger. Bad, right? Probably a bad thing to wire your brain in that way. It's like the least amount of effort possible for the most amount of reward is scrolling through short form content because it requires literally no calories burned in that finger scroll. 3, you spend your time looking at other people and being jealous and envious of them. So Instagram is not conducive to your goal. It's going to hold you back and it's going to wire your brain in the wrong way. It's going to keep this narcissistic craving attention loop open in your mind, and it's going to encourage you to look at what other people are doing and be an idiot. So you need to sacrifice it and it needs to go. And what you're going to do is you're going to say, yeah, I'll just delete the app. And then it's gone. Delete the fucking account. That's right, the one that you've got your followers on, the one that you've got your friends on, the one that you've got your algorithms on that are perfectly engineered to deliver your brain exactly what it needs to keep your attention. It needs to go. Now that I've suggested that, you're a bit like, I don't know if I can, I'll just delete the app. Well, you're a fucking idiot. Pull your vape out, mate, because you're coping. All right? I did this where I was trying to sacrifice Instagram, and what I would do is I would delete the app, and then lo and behold, 2 months later, I'd re-download it. Because when you sacrifice something, it has to be total, it has to be completely absolute. Like if you delete your account for good, that tells your unconscious and yourself that you're serious about the sacrifice and there's no turning back or going back. But if you just delete the app but keep the account, then all you have to do to get that back is go on App Store, type in Instagram, and download it. There's no effort in that. The level to which you sacrifice something is denoted by how much effort you'd have to go to rebuild the thing to get the same level of gratification that you initially received from it when you had it before. So if you just delete the app, you can just type it in, download it, and then within 30 seconds you're back on it. That's not a sacrifice. This is why I destroyed my gaming PC. This is why I put my Xbox in the bath. This is why I burnt all the bridges with my casual sex relationships that were just stupid and lustful and idiotic. Like, you have to just absolutely get rid of it. So delete your accounts, delete all your social media accounts. Block people. That's another thing. Like, if you've got toxic people in your life that you want to get rid of, just fucking block them. Or just tell them that they're toxic. Just say, hey man, like, I don't think that where I'm headed in the future is I don't think that, you know, that we're the best fit for each other in terms of being friends moving forward. You're going to piss them off. They're going to hate you. Good. There's no going back from that. Sacrifice. Absolutely. So now we'll talk about focus, because this is like a big heavy thing, and this is a big heavy video. Like, we're not even 7 pages in yet, and I think we're like an hour and 20 minutes into the recording. So let's keep this moving. But do this personal sacrifice audit. Do it now. Don't put it off. Don't be an idiot. You know, maybe you're vaping. Why are you vaping? Oh yeah, I know, that's a great idea, isn't it? Let's just put a what is a vape at first principle? It's a plastic device that allows you to initiate instantaneous pleasure at a moment's notice. Yeah, why don't we just keep that in our pocket? That'd be smart, wouldn't it? Yeah, that's a really good idea to, you know, hardwire our brain to, you know, with literally the lift of an elbow and the lift of a shoulder rotator cuff, receive instantaneose pleasure. That'd be a good idea, wouldn't it? Yeah, I don't see any second order consequences to that whatsoever in terms of our success or the way that our brain deals with work. No, not at all. So get rid of it. All of it. Hell, like, go and buy some fireworks, attach your vape to a firework, and then shoot. I'm not saying you probably don't vape. If you vape, you're an idiot, right? But, you know, the point in making it is that the bigger the spectacle, the bigger the action, the more drastic the action, the more likely you are to never return to it. If I had a vaping addiction, I would literally do that. I would go and buy fireworks, I'd attach a vape to the firework, and I would shoot that firework off into the sky and watch my vape explode 100 meters up. In fact, if any of you do vape and you want to sacrifice vaping, which you should, record it and put it in the community, because that would be absolutely hilarious. Anyway, focus. So another massive component in discipline, a massive component of discipline, as well as sacrifice and, you know, delayed gratification and all or nothing, another massive component is focus. Focus basically just means doing one thing. And you need to train your brain to do one thing at a time. So when we talk about focus, like, there's lots of different levels we can discuss focus on, you know, in terms of like just having one goal or just having one relationship or whatever. But really, when it comes to work and what you're doing with your day, focus is discipline, because the opposite of focus is distraction. And so the ultimate discipline when it comes to working is not getting distracted, which means just focusing on one thing. For example, I've been recording this video now for an hour or an hour and a half or whatever it is now, and I've been fully focused that entire time. I haven't been on my phone, like pulling my phone up. I haven't been on like social media or anything, or like going off to eat or anything. I'm just purely solely focused, and I've engineered my day to do this recording so nothing can get in the way. So you need to have singular focus always. Everything you do should be focused and with sole intent, because if you manage this everywhere in your life, it'll be easy at work. So the point here is, this is again an all or nothing affair. If you learn to focus in every other aspect of your life, then when it comes to work, it's going to be really, really easy. Because when you're eating, just eat. So if you're eating lunch or dinner, don't sit with your laptop in front of you, or don't sit on your phone or listening to a podcast. Just
Yo! Yeah. So 5 minutes from now, I'm gonna take a break and not eat here. That's what Charlie said. So I'm gonna do it. Yep. I got told, when eating, just eat. Don't watch a show, YouTube, etc. basically going through this program as well. And yeah.
Because you're just doing one thing. If you're going to the bathroom, don't bring your phone with you. People do this. If you're watching a movie, don't hold a conversation or talk or have your phone near you. If you're in the gym, turn your notifications off or put your phone on airplane mode. If you're listening to a podcast, don't text or message people. When you're at work, only have windows or tabs open relevant to your project. If you're in a meeting, close everything. Like, you need to learn to just do one thing at a time. Because when you do one thing at a time, the 86 billion neurons in your brain can all latch onto the one task at hand. And that's how you make insanely good shit. If you watch these videos, and I'm hoping you're in awe as to, like, when you watch these videos, you're like, fucking hell, these are good videos. Like, how the hell does someone make videos that good? I'm hoping that's how you feel. That's how I feel. I feel like they're pretty good. But anyway, maybe you don't. I hope you do. You made it this far, so you should. But when you look at these videos and you think, God damn, these videos are good, it's because I've focused. I've put every single ounce of neuro power that I've got into this Google Doc or into the Google Docs. So when I'm working on these things and I'm typing them and filling them out, I'm not like, doing stupid. I'm not like trying to watch a podcast at the same time or message people on Slack or email or, talk to my friends or anything. I'm just like locked in. And that's how you produce insanely good stuff. Whenever you watch like a great movie or read a great book or anything that's ever been good ever, if you see like an athlete performing at the highest level, all they're showing you is the result of their focus of just doing that one thing over and over again. And you're training your brain to use the mode of one thing at a time. So remember we talked about how your brain uses a universal comprehension mechanism like an operating software to run these different programs of life, whether that's your money or your finances or your wife or your husband or your kids or whatever. How you deal with one thing is how you deal with everything. And if you're focused in every area of your life, then you'll be focused at work. But if you're distracted in every area of life, then you'll be distracted at work. And this accelerates the speed at which you can get stuff done and increases your output quality tenfold, because focus is a force multiplier and it's an exponent, which basically means that it multiplies the efficiency and effectiveness of your workload. Okay, so when I was making this document, what I thought I would do is show you my screen. So here was my screen from when I was making this document. You can see how long these documents take to make, by the way, because at this point I'm like nearly halfway through the document. It's the 28th of May, and I'm now recording this on the 16th of June. But here's my screen right now. So, in my tabs, I've got the module I'm working on, the plan for the module, the Google Drive of the module, which is in my Google Drive. I've got the personal sacrifice audit document here, and the Miro board for some diagrams that I was drawing. And then there's nothing else. So like my screen when I'm working contains nothing but the thing that I'm working on. I don't have like a billion different.
Yeah, so basically I'm gonna take a break because Charlie said that and not watch the content. How we do one thing is how we do everything. So we're just focused on eating, and then we come back to the watching of content. So that's it. So we're gonna do that. Okay, let's go. What's up, guys? What's up? Let's go.
Tabs up here, like with 30 tabs open with like notifications pinging with like loads of different shit. Just one thing at a time. So if I'm logging into school to check my communities and deal with my communities, then I log into school, I go in there, I can show you what I do. So I'd come here, and we go to school like this, and I'm not logged in now. You're, by the way, entirely different because I haven't actually launched the program yet. So you're looking at just a placeholder for this.
Right now, bro, I haven't officially registered because in here locally I can just have an individual merchant account and still receive payments and not have a business registered. But when I got clients, and then I will register the business officially. So that's the process here. Like that's the a good option here. Like see if it's viable or not. Have the payment gateway and all of that and go high level and receive payments from there and straight directly to my account as an individual merchant. And then when we build much a larger client base, and then it's the time to set up the business, all the registration for the sec. So that's it. Yeah. Are you still going strong, bro? Rahul? Yeah, the business side is not actually done because I needed to I needed for business. We have this thing called KYC. So basically, we need to show them a published website. Right now, the website is only for early adopters, but they said they need a finished website that has the products and all. But that's what we're figuring out this week, right? So let's see how this goes from next week. So starting from Monday, I'm gonna focus. Basically, I'm gonna tell it to you, man. The plan next week is to close one client, right? Week two, one client. So yeah, man, 13 hours. Like I wanted to actually close a client next week, not in the next 2 weeks, 3 weeks. No, next week because we've done the foundations, we've known the business fundamentals. Now we get client results, right? I think that's the goal. Yeah, we can target two. Yeah, to basically have the personal floor on one. That's good. And what have you done in this 13-hour mark? I think what I'm gonna do, right? Let me show you this. Are you seeing this right now? Here, right? What I'm gonna do, in week 3, because in week 3, you can finish this everything in just one go. 30 minutes, 2 hours, then another hour, 3 hours, then 4 hours, and then 30 minutes, 4.5, 5 hours, and then 5.5. So for a total of what? 6 hours? For a total of 6 hours, we're gonna finish this one. We're gonna finish the client results. And I'm gonna go straight to um booking appointments because I know how to sell already, just to get the reps in. And I've also seen a quiet class for sales, so I have a background on it. So that's what's gonna happen. And I'm excited how's that gonna turn out. Yeah. So tomorrow, I don't know if I can stream tomorrow because I have errands for tomorrow and I'm not at home doing other personal things, other family things. So yeah, that's personal. And yeah, I'm not quite sure if I can live stream for tomorrow, but for sure I'm gonna plan the week tomorrow. But right now, I'm just gonna finish this unrelenting discipline, and let's see.
But what I would do is I'd log in and then I'd do my thing. So I'd check my messages or reply to whatever. I don't actually check my messages, to be honest, but because I get so many of them nowadays. But I do what I need to do. And then I would log out, right? And the point is what you can see here is I'm not even logged into school. So I spend all of my products are in school, for God's sake, but I'm not even logged in. Because what I do is when I'm finished doing something, I log out and close it. And I do this with everything because that way, like, it's done, it's finished. So when I need to use school, I will log in, I will do the work, and I will log out. And then I will go back to the next thing. And so what you want to get into the habit of is doing one thing at a time. I don't check school randomly and then leave it open in the tab and then come back to work. Because then I've got like having multiple tabs open in your brain or multiple windows or apps open in your phone or your computer. It's like your brain dedicates part of its power to that tab. And this is like people who have like 30 tabs open and their desktops are chaotic. It's like, how the hell did you get anything done? Like, you can't focus, right? So when you finish something, close everything relevant to it. Like, I'll give you an example. Yesterday, I had a personal phone call with a friend of mine, and I went on a walk, and I sat down in a nice park in London. It was nice and sunny, and I was talking to a friend of mine for about 45 minutes, and I just put my phone down and we just talked. It was just a conversation. I wasn't like replying to other people at the same time. I wasn't like, trying to like run around and do stuff and run errands at the same time, or, go and do this or that or the other. It was just talking to a person. And it was a really good conversation. And, we connected through that conversation, and it was nice, and it was very nice. And most people, when they talk to people, they're doing something else. And so they're not really paying attention to the person's not really paying attention to them. And so they kind of have this weird parasocial proxy relationship where they don't really know each other because they don't pay any attention to each other. So you need to learn to do this in your relationships and your conversations as well. When you finish a social application, just log out. Make sure everything is closed and finished before moving on to your next task, and turn off all your notifications and lock your phone away. Don't let tabs and windows build up, you fucking freak. Close down apps on your phone you finish using. Don't leave emails half done. Like, your desktop needs to be organized. Don't leave projects half completed. Don't leave messages left on read. Don't have notifications on remind me later. You shouldn't even have notifications on full stop. Don't have movies half watched. Don't have series half completed or conversations half finished. Like, I cannot watch some of a movie. I can't. Like, if I'm watching a movie or reading a book, I cannot start another movie or another book until I finish that movie or that book. Because it's one thing at a time. It trains your brain to finish things and complete things. So you must finish what you start. Because if you start something and don't finish it, and you start something else, now your brain has to sort of unconsciously tangle between these two things. Finish what you start and religiously do one thing at a time. So there are a few exceptions here. Driving, walking, and listening to music are all fine. So whilst making this resource, so whilst I was making this Google Doc for you, I'm listening to music. So I was listening to music whilst doing that, right? Or maybe if you go for a walk and you listen to a podcast, that's fine. Or talking to a friend whilst driving. Like, you've got these, unconscious, behaviors that you can execute on or partake in that don't require any conscious effort, that just sort of sit in the background. So like for example, with like swallowing, like when you swallow or when you breathe, or when you thermoregulate your body or sweat, you don't do any of that consciously, it just happens, right? So things like driving that you can just do whilst listening to music or having a conversation or walking or whatever, that's fine, right? But generally speaking, you want to avoid switching. Switching is where you have multiple environmental stimuli that require your attention that do different things. So having your phone on your desk, or having Instagram open, or reading emails whilst in a meeting. The quality of your work or anything you do is determined by how focused you were when you were doing it. So the reason that this video recording is of such a high quality, or the reason this Google Doc is of such a high quality, is because when I'm building it or when I'm recording it, the only thing I'm doing is it. And that allows it to be pretty damn good. So right now, if I was recording this video for you whilst I was is in the... Now, talking of the mirror, I want to walk you through something incredibly powerful. Like this thing here, when you get this, like that little clicky moment, this one is aha moments. Another big projection and mirror is in the clients you attract. So when it comes to exercising discipline, we need to be disciplined with delaying gratification. We need to be disciplined with sacrifice, focus, judgment. We don't want to do those things. We need to do those things and not judge people, right? But also another thing that you want to learn to do and discipline yourself towards doing is the client mirror. This is huge. When I figured this thing out, it was amazing. So spawn in, pay attention, listen to this thing. It's massive. You must become the client you want to attract.
You must become the client you want to attract. Them. You must become the client you want to attract. You must become the client you want to attract. Damn. Right?
What my mentor Sam told me, he's now a billionaire, by the way. So in case you're wondering if that knowledge has any efficacy, there you go. As Newton said, for every action, there's an opposite equal reaction. So the world works on a mirror. If you become the client you want to attract, then you will attract those clients. And this is because people are attracted to people similar in them in life. It's almost like a law of physics. Like you've got this thing in quantum physics called quantum entanglement. We won't get into it too much, but this mirror thing, this opposite equal reaction thing exists on a quantum level, and it exists on a social level and a conscious level. It's insane. So you must become the client you want to attract. Sounds a bit woo-woo, but let me explain. Now, when I started my first business and started going through my first course and mentorship, I was not a good client for anyone. So I would have, if anyone tried to sign me as a client, I would have been a bad client. I took ages to make buying decisions, never left reviews, didn't do the work, didn't refer business to my vendors, etc. I was just a bad client, right? A nightmare client. Once I recognized I wouldn't pay on time, like I failed on payments, I'd like trigger refunds, but I was a bad client at the beginning. Once I recognized that I was a bad client and started changing my behavior to be everyone's dream clients, I started getting insane business results. So something that I did in my life is I focused on trying to become the dream client for everyone. So anytime I had a vendor, if I bought a course from someone, when I had my accountant, if I worked with a lawyer, I focused on trying become the dream client for everyone. So anytime I had a vendor, if I bought a course from someone, when I had my accountant, if I worked with a lawyer, if I worked with anyone, a personal trainer, if I went to a gym, if I went to a dentist, anytime I went anywhere, I focused on being the best possible customer for that business. Okay? I went to a gym, if I went to a dentist, anytime I went anywhere, I focused on being the best possible customer for that business. Anytime I went anywhere, I focused on being the best possible customer for that business. Okay? And when you do that, when you focus on becoming the client you want to attract, you're naturally going to start attracting them, because like attracts like. It's like a magnet. So some examples in my life. So like I started making buying decisions instantly. I would never give let me think about it objections. So if I'm on a sales call with someone, the answer is always yes or no. It's never maybe or let me think about it. It's either yes or no. I'm decisive. And I always actively look for ways to give my vendors referrals. So if I'm working with someone and they're delivering value to me, this could be in any professional context or personal context, I will actively try to find people to refer to them in my network. So, for example, my accountant is great, and her name's Steph, and the company, I can do that. I can prove this. My point right now. I'm doing this right now. The company is called TaxGem, TaxGem Accountant. So TaxGem. And Steph Jemson is the lady who runs that accounting firm. And it's a UK-based accounting firm, and we've been working with them. And I think I've probably referred Steph 60 or 70 clients. And now I'm probably referring her thousands of clients through that recommendation. They're amazing. But this is my point. I will look for as many ways as I can to refer people to my vendors. I do this with anyone who mentors me. I do this with anyone who delivers good results, and I do it all the time. So you want to, in your life, when you're dealing with someone in a professional context that's delivering value to you, you want to find ways to bring them new customers. Why? Because what it means is when you go to look for referrals, you're going to have an abundance of them. Because if you actively give out referrals and you actively try and find people to refer to you, then you can naturally expect that from your clients, and your clients will refer people to you. It's weird. It sounds woo-woo, like it shouldn't work, but this shit works. It really does. And likewise, this is a big one. I'll always actively seek to give testimonials to products or companies that help. So, for example, I did some shadow work, some mindset training with someone. And we worked together for about, I still work with them now, but we worked together for like a year. And after a few sessions, I said, you are amazing. You're brilliant at this. Attached to this email is a quick testimonial video about my experience with you. And I went to her Trustpilot and wrote a Trustpilot review for her as well. And was it? I don't think she had a Trustpilot. No, that was somebody else. But basically, this is my point: is I will find people's whether it's Google reviews, Trustpilot, whatever, and I will give them testimonials without them having to ask. And what that means is I get tons of testimonials and I get tons of social proof from my clients because I give it out to the world, I receive it, if that makes sense. And I can easily ask for it and easily expect it because I do it myself. So what this means for my business is my clients are decisive and make quick decisions because I make quick decisions and won't tolerate maybes. It also means I get a ton of referrals because I expect them, because I mirrored it, and I have more testimonials and social proof than anyone on the history of the internet. I have more testimonials and social proof than anyone in the history of internet marketing. I'm not even joking about that. Collated, we've got literally thousands of them. And this is because I give it out so freely. So not freely, if someone doesn't deliver results for me, then I'm not doing this. But let me give you a wholesome example. Just an easy example, because this is ingrained into my life. It was my mother's birthday recently, and she came to visit me in London, and we went for a nice walk around central London in Mayfair. And in Mayfair, I think it's in Mayfair, there's a statue called the Arch of Wellington, or the Wellington Arch or something, and it's sort of it's in central London, and that building is operated by a company called, I think it's English Heritage or British Heritage or something, English Heritage. Anyway, all of that to say, I was looking at this massive archway with this chariot and this angel and this beautiful bronze statue. It's massive. And I wanted to know when it was built. So I went over to the guy who was under the arch, who was working there. He had a nice red tie on. His name was Clive. And this was a week ago. His name was Clive. And I said, hey, man, I'm just wondering when do you work here? And if you are, do you know when this thing was built? And Clive gave me the most comprehensive, intelligently articulated, enthusiastic answer that I have ever received when it comes to historical knowledge. It was amazing. This guy, he lit up completely, and he told us all about it. He gave us all the details. He was knowledgeable. He was enthusiastic. He shook my hand. He shook my mother's hand. He was amazing. And then when we went to leave after he told us, he said, 1 second, and he brought out a little postcard of the arch and gave it to us and said, I give little postcards to people that ask questions because I love answering them. That's a dude that deserves a review. So what did I do? I go on Trustpilot, I find the English Heritage Trustpilot page, and I write a Trustpilot review for Clive. 5 stars. It's little shit like that that just makes your life in business so much easier, because you can expect that from the universe and from other people that you work with. So every opportunity you get.
I just had an aha moment. Whatever you want in the universe, you first should be that person. You are what you attract. Or like, you can only attract. You are as well attracted to other things, right? You become the client you want to attract. So you just start attracting them. Now you have this capacity to expect this from the universe because you are that person. That's a good analogy. If you want good clients, become good customers to other businesses. Become good clients to other people. Whoever you work with, whatever business you're in, whether you're in the gym, in every aspect in your life, become the ideal customer for that specific person. Okay? There's a like God. Let's continue.
To try and write good, like leave like nice testimonials for people. You want to like seek to give them referrals where you can, because I've done this before as well. If I find a good restaurant, I'll recommend it to all of my friends. Like, it's just, you need to learn to project this stuff out into the world, because then you'll receive it in kind. Okay, you don't have business problems, you have personal problems that are affecting your business. So anytime that you need to learn to project out into the world, because then you'll receive it in kind. Okay, you don't have business problems, you have personal problems that are affecting your business. So anytime that you hire someone or engage in a professional relationship with someone, that you hire someone or engage in business. So anytime that you hire someone or engage in a professional relationship with someone, and they over deliver, or they give you loads of value, or you find them to be really helpful, refer them as many people as you can. Like, go out of your way to be the best client possible, because you can expect that from other people. Okay, and let me give you some other examples in my life. So the Clive example was a recent one, because I do this all the time, right? But I couldn't find a specific book from an author that I knew existed. Right, so I was looking for a very specific niche knowledge, because I do this all the time, right? But I expect that from other people. Okay? And let me give you some other examples in my life. So the Clive example was a recent one, because I do this all the time, right? But I couldn't find a specific book from an author that I knew existed. Right, so I was looking for a very specific niche knowledge book on subconscious psychology from from Carl Jung, and I couldn't find the book on Amazon. But what I did find is I found the book was a PDF. Right, so I downloaded the PDF, I read the PDF, it was great. And then what I did is I went on Amazon and I bought another book from the same publisher or the same author, so that the company who was selling the book got paid all the same. It's like and I did that because I was like, I don't want my, moral balance sheet to be out of whack. Because, if someone went through my shit, and it was supposed to be paid and they went through it without paying, then I would want them to pay for it, right? And so that means I have to do that. I have to do that in the same way for all the other things. Another example, I watched a pirated movie with a friend. What was it? This was a while ago. They didn't want to rent. Yeah, okay, I remember it. So I was with a friend and they were like, oh, let's not rent the movie. Let's just watch it for free. And I was like, sure, whatever. But when I got home, I got home and I secretly went on Amazon Video and I rented the movie even though I'd already watched it. It was like $10. And I did that because I don't want to pirate shit or steal shit because that's bad juju. What that means is if I'm going around pirating shit and stealing shit and not repaying the debts that I owe to the vendors that I've, contracted from, whatever, then that's going to happen to me and I'm going to not be able to prevent that, right? So you need to be on the ball with this stuff and you need to be honest, you need to be moral, and you need to be good. And another example, one of my ex-girlfriends, we went to a city in the UK called Bristol, which is a near city to where I grew up. And we had a reservation for a restaurant on Valentine's Day. We basically decided last minute that we didn't want to go to the restaurant and that we were going to stay in and get a takeaway. So we were going to watch a movie. But the restaurant it was a small restaurant, a cute little restaurant. And, I hadn't paid a deposit on the table or anything. So I called up this restaurant an hour before service and I said, hey, look, I'm sorry, but we can't make the dinner tonight. Please can you email me your bank details so I can pay you the set menu amount that you would average for tonight? Because I understand that you're a small business. You're not going to be able to fill this table in the next hour because it's Valentine's Day and everyone's got plans. So please send me an invoice for how much I would have paid had we gone to the restaurant. And I remember the lady who ran that restaurant was called Babs. Her name was Babs G. That was the name on the bank account. And she was gobsmacked. She was like, I can't, no one's ever done that before. Can't believe that. Of course, and then she sent me the invoice and it was like £80 or £90 or something. It was like £50 a head or whatever. And I just sent the bank transfer. And at that time, I wasn't even making that much money. I was making like a couple of grand a month. But I knew that this shit mattered. And, it's all, and now that, if it just matters. It does matter because if you treat people how you'd want to be treated, then people will treat you like that. Another example. Once, my masseuse, so when I lived in Dubai, I had a wonderful, wonderful masseuse called Uni. So she was from Indonesia, she's from Bali, and she was a really great masseuse. And once, she showed up to my house for a 2-hour massage, but I forgot. So I'd scheduled this massage with Uni, and I completely forgot about it, but she showed up anyway. And she was like, hey, I waited for an hour, but you weren't in, so I went home. And, she waited out in the sun in Dubai. So what I did is I paid her in full for the full 2 hours, even though the massage never happened. I said, no worries, Uni. I've just sent you the money for the 2 hours because, you could have been seeing another client and you could have made this money. So I paid her the money. Another a while ago, this is a little bit longer ago, one of my friends sent me someone's free course content. And I checked it out and it worked. I used this course content temporarily and it solved a problem for me. So I tracked down the coach, booked a call with them and paid for the value of the course. I was like, hey man, I've been I don't want anything hanging in the balance, any shady morals or shady shit. Now, this might seem like one big virtue signal from me to you. Truly, I couldn't care less what you think about my moral status. That doesn't bother me at all. The point I'm trying to communicate here is I take this really seriously, and I want to be the dream client. Like, my entire mission with this thing is to become the best possible client. So if someone takes me on as a client, they're like, fucking hell, he's a brilliant client. And what that means is I can expect that from my clients, and I receive that from my clients because it's an energy transfer. People that always look for the cheapest and free information are doomed to fail. And this is huge because if all you look for in your life is cheap and free, then all you're going to attract in your life and your business is cheap and free. So if you're the kind of client that just wants the cheapest and the freest stuff, right, and you want to just go around being an idiot and just stealing stuff and being cheap and free, then all you're going to attract in life and business are clients who want cheap and free stuff. People who look for loopholes to get stuff for free or for cheap are well and truly fucked in business in the long term, because they will carry this energy and project it onto their market and all their prospects, and all they're going to receive is cheap and free. It's no wonder that they can't get people to buy or invest in the full price, because they don't do it themselves. So you get lots of people who, like, you know, they'll go and they'll pirate things and they'll steal things and they'll look for all of the shady, you know, loopholes to get shit for as cheap as possible, without paying full boat that people would deserve to get paid. And then what happens is these people can't get clients at full price. They can't get people to buy things. Why? Because they're projecting their perception of how they would deal in business onto the market. Okay? And this also happens with pricing as well. You know, you're only willing to charge what you'd pay. So, you know, if you want to charge a high ticket price and you want to have real serious clients in your business, then it helps if you are yourself a real serious client. You know, like if you're not willing to pay high ticket for yourself and your business, if you're not willing to invest thousands of dollars in your own like development and knowledge, then how can you expect people to pay that to you? You can. It's impossible, right? People who sell cheap, low ticket stuff only do so because all they've ever invested in is cheap, low ticket stuff. So how can you expect your people to invest high ticket with you if you're not willing to invest high ticket with yourself? How can you expect people to make a fast decision to invest with you if you're not willing to make fast decisions to invest with yourself? And how can you expect to charge what you're worth and demand high prices if you're always feeding off the bottom from free content and cheap ripoffs? I constantly look for opportunities to be a good client. So another example, we'll close this up in a second because I know it's a bit of a stretch, but someone in the internet marketing industry once gave me some really insane value because I was a friend of a friend. So a friend of mine, I needed some help with something very specific in business. And I reached out to my friend who I knew someone. And this person was like, oh yeah, like no worries. So this guy hopped on a call with me and he spent 2 hours with me on the call, giving me advice for free, completely for free. And I was like gobsmacked because it worked and I solved the problem. And without this person even having to ask, I then went on to purchase their paid product. So I just said to him, hey, send me an invoice for your course. It was a high ticket course, was his next like upsell thing. And I did this because A, I wanted to say thank you and be a decent person, but B, to obviously extract more value from what already worked. So I was like, right, if your free stuff, if this free call that you gave me is this good, then your pay stuff must be even better. That's like a logical step, right? And that's almost always true. But also B, I was like, this guy, I knew that the reason he gave me this free stuff was because he wanted me to naturally go on to buy the course. It's reciprocity, it's altruism, it's the way the world works, right? So I responded in kind and I did that. And now I've got a really good relationship with this guy and I'm close to him and he helps me out a lot. So always treat others how you'd want to be treated and never miss an opportunity to reciprocate to people who have done you big favors. So if someone's done you a big favor in business, like always seek to settle the score and pay the debts. Like, if you do, if someone's like really helps you out, like ask yourself, like what can I do for this person that would make them like, that would settle the score, that would allow me to reciprocate? Is it buying their stuff? Is it referring stuff to them? Is it giving them testimonials? I will ask myself that all the time, and you need to have the discipline to remember to do this because it makes your life in getting clients and keeping clients and your relationship with clients so much easier. This is the reason we get so many upsells. It's the reason we get so many referrals. It's the reason we get so many testimonials. And it's the reason why my relationship with my clients is amazing. It's because I try my best to be a good client. Now, let's talk about something called the endless source. So what I'm going to do now is walk you through how to have discipline for days. And I don't mean days, I mean decades. Like there is an endless source of discipline that you can find and dig up. And if you locate it, you'll be able to pull on it for years. It is an inexhaustible and sustainable source. It's like the sun. Like it's just there's a constant source of energy within you somewhere, locked away, that you can use to unlock unlimited discipline. And it's a big secret to keeping yourself on the straight and narrow and being relentlessly disciplined. So this is something called drive vacuums. And this is how you get endless discipline to do all of these things that I'm talking about. Because trust me, like, it's hard to delay gratification. It's hard to reserve judgments. It's hard to be the dream client. It's hard to make sacrifices. It's hard to do these things and be disciplined. So what you need to do is you need to find a source of energy to do this. And we do that using something called drive vacuums. And these are things in your psychology that are buried deep away. So a drive vacuum is a deep psychological need that you are trying to meet. And your business is simply a vehicle to meet it. So think about it. What you want is highly abnormal. So you want this big, successful money business thing, right? It's not normal. You want this business thing and it's not conventional. You're not normal. And the only thing that separates you from others is your psychology. So somehow this must be different. Now, at first glance, your goal seems pretty simple, direct and straightforward. So let's say you want to make 10K a month, you want to get some clients, you want to become financially free. That's what your goal is, right? That's what you think you want. What you've got to recognize is that your financial goal is not really your goal. Like the goal that sits in your consciousness, the money, the freedom, that's not really what you want. That's a vehicle for you to get something far deeper. It's not what you want. It's not the thing you're working for. So when it comes to your goal, you have what you need and you have what you want. What you want is the surface level conscious idea of the future that you want to achieve. So this could be becoming a millionaire, making six figures, etc., etc. But underneath what you want is what you need. And if you can unlock the need and make that conscious, you can give yourself infinite fuel for discipline. So goals reveal drives, And drives help us understand ourselves better. So a drive is like a deep base psychological need, like a need for love, or a need for affection, or a need for growth. Once you strip this dollar per month number down to the purest and most fundamental reason you want to grow your business, you'll have found your drive. Now, we call these drive vacuums because it's kind of this, a vacuum is like a space that needs to be filled, right? And so a drive vacuum is kind of like a constant thing that needs to be filled and can constantly give you energy. And this is one of the most enlightening things a human being can do is to find your drive. You need to find your deep psychological needs and drive so you can become ultimately disciplined. Once you bring this reason to your consciousness, you can use it every day to fuel your discipline and the transformation of your life to bring even more order to chaos. This is how we figure out why you do what you do, and most importantly, why you're putting yourself through all this pain. Because this is a bit weird. Like, this whole thing that you're trying to do with your business and your life is not normal. You're preparing to put yourself through decades of suffering just so you can experience a bit of growth in the corner of the universe in which you inhabit. That's not normal. You're not normal, which means that you have something abnormal in your psychology. Not in a bad, unhealthy way, but in a way that needs to be explored and discovered to understand why you want this. Why do you want to make 10K a month? Like, why do you want to get to, the millionaire status? Because, a lot of people say they want that, but they don't actually do anything. You're actually doing something about this. Like, you're watching 3-4 hour long videos on discipline, and you're attentively engaging in painful activities that drive you towards financial growth. What the hell's going on here? Because most people who are in this course have given up by now. You're part of the 99, you're part of the 1% they're actually going to make this work, because you're still here. Most people who started with you in the same race have dropped out. They're gone. They've got their vape out and they're on fucking Instagram reels looking at, I don't know, Joe Rogan memes or something. I don't know what's on Instagram these days, but you get my point, right? So you have to be honest with yourself here. Why do you want what you want? Well, the chances are your goal and what you want might reveal some pretty ugly motives, or maybe some healthy ones. Either way, we can understand these motives to realize why we feel compelled to chase our goal, and then the goal becomes the vehicle for satisfying the reason. So I'm going to give you some exercises here, and we're going to get to the bottom of why you want what you want. Because Nietzsche said, he who has a why can bear almost any how. And the how in question here is going through this course, it's doing the work, it's doing the sales calls, it's doing the outreach, it's doing the struggling, the success thing. It's going to suck. But he who has a why can bear almost any how. So any how means the work, but the why is the reason. Why are you doing this? It's kind of like when we think about Ukraine, when we think about all the men in Ukraine that went to war and sacrificed their lives. Well, that's a big ask. That's a big how. He who has a why can bear almost any how. For them, the why was to protect their land and their families. It doesn't get much closer to home than that. Like, when your why is to defend your country and your value system and your mother and your father and your family, like, that's a pretty big why. So, in proportion, the how is pretty big. If you're going to go to war and sacrifice your life, you're only going to do that if you've got a good enough reason to do that. And so we need to understand what your why is, because if you understand your why, then you can bear any how, and everything that you do will seem way easier because you know why you're doing it, if that makes sense. So things could get a bit ugly here. Just a little warning.
Let's go, man.
So let's do some goal digging.
Like that.
So, not gold digging.
So week 2,
digging. So
we're going to go through the...
You want to make 20K a month, and that's your
week
goal.
3 modules.
Well, why? Well, it's because I want more money.
Daily
Well, why?
mindset
Well,
stuff.
it's because I want to buy a Lamborghini. Well, why? Because you don't just want to buy a Lamborghini. A Lamborghini is a vehicle, literally is a vehicle, right? But a Lamborghini is a methodology by which you can get something you need. You just want a Lamborghini at first principle is just some colorful metal glass with a big fat engine in it. If I just put in front of you that, you'd be like, oh, I don't really care about that. So why do you want a Lamborghini? Well, you desperately crave attention. Well, why do you desperately crave attention? Because growing up, your parents didn't give you any attention. So the goal is to get to 20K a month. That's the surface level conscious goal. But the need is to satisfy an unconscious craving for attention and to fill a hole from your childhood. So and I'm not saying this is necessarily your thing, but this is common. So like, ask, why would you want a Lamborghini? Why would you want a supercar? Why do you want to wear these fancy watches and have all this attention and have all this status? Why? Now, yeah, there's an inbuilt basic status need that all men have, and probably a lot of women as well, that can explain it. You know, that buying a Lamborghini demonstrates, hey, I have some competence to, you know, have the financial means to purchase this. So, you know, glaze me, sure. But a lot of the time, the things that you think you want come from very deep, dark psychological corners of your mind. So, you know, if you didn't get any attention when you were a kid, then buying a Lamborghini for you is a way for you to get attention from people, which kind of fills that hole. It's a you're filling the vacuum of attention. That's your drive. Your drive is to get attention. And so because this drive is so desire-driven, and because the drive is so painful, not having the attention hurts so much, you'll put yourself through this. And basically it's a question of this, and listen to this. Pay attention for a second. You will work if the consequence of not doing so is more painful than doing so. You will do what you need to do to get what you want if not getting what you want is more painful than having it. So what?
That's the key. That's the point. You do the work because it is more painful to not do the work than if you do it. So that's my mindset right now. And that's good that he said it. I'm gonna write it down.
Hurts so much. Desire drive is to get attention. And so because this drive is so desire-driven, and because the drive is so painful, not having the attention hurts so much, you'll put yourself through this. And basically it's a question of this, and listen to this. Pay attention for a second. You will work if the consequence of not doing so is more painful than doing so. You will do what you need to do to get what you want if not getting what you want is more painful than having it. So what I'm saying here is, for some people, getting to 20K a month is painful, and it's what you want. Not getting what you want is more than having it. So what I'm saying here, if not getting what you want is more painful than having it. Work if the consequence of not doing so is more painful than doing so. You will do what you need to do to get what you want if not getting what you want is more painful than having it. So what I'm saying here is, for some people, getting to 20K a month is painful and it sucks. But if it's more painful to not have this attention, then you'll do the work. But if you don't care about this, then you won't do it. We only do things because we have a reason to do them. We don't just wake up and decide one day that we're going to build successful businesses. You don't want a successful business. You don't want financial freedom. You don't want a car. You don't want a watch. You don't want a penthouse. You don't want that. There's always something deeper. And it's that deep thing, and it's not having this deep need, this deep-rooted need, that is the thing that is driving you to get up and do the work and do these weird, irrational things like watching 3-hour-long videos on how to develop pain tolerance. It's not normal. It sucks and it's painful, so there's a reason you do it. What about this? I want to make 10K a month. Why? Well, I want to replace my income to quit my job. Okay, well, why do you want to quit your job? Because I hate my current job. Well, why do you hate your current job? Because I hate being told what to do. Well, why do you hate being told what to do? because it makes me uncomfortable to know that someone can exercise power over me and determine the quality of my life. Well, why do you hate that? Because maybe my father abused me, right? And I'm not saying my father abused me, by the way. My father's actually, that didn't happen at all. He's a wonderful man. But this is the point, is all of these crazy goals you've got that most people don't have are the result of something that happened to you. Trauma. Or something like, it might not be trauma, it doesn't have to be like some awful thing like being abused or, you know, like your mother not paying attention to you, but it could just be down to something as simple as not being able to get a girlfriend in high school, you know, or it could be something as simple as like kids laughing at you because you weren't big enough or tall enough or something. You know, it's like bodybuilders, right? Like what the hell's going on there? Like people who get like jacked up and steroided and stuff, and they're like absolutely gigantic and massive, and you know, it's like they're clearly compensating for something, and that could be it could be a competitive thing, and they want to, you know, win and compete, and that's a vehicle for them to exercise, you know, status from achievement that they didn't have when they were younger, or maybe they were really insecure when they were younger, and so they took it to the extreme. You know, like when you see people doing extreme shit, like building online businesses and getting to million dollar status, there's always something dark underneath. There's something dark under the hood. All of these top athletes, all of these top businessmen, all the top musicians, everyone who's done anything great is a little bit fucked up. And you are as well. And you might not think you are, but you are. Now, I'm not trying to gaslight you here, but you don't do shit that's painful without having something more painful motivating you to do so. He who has a why can bear almost any how. So let me tell you mine. So my initial goal was to make £8,334 per month. Why? Because I wanted to make 6 figures a year. Why? Because I wanted to avoid getting a 9 to 5. Why? Because being average scared me. Why? Well, I'll be honest with you. I have a deep narcissism that would feel shame if I turned out to be normal or just like everyone else. I am terrified of mediocrity. That's the truth. And why? Because I'm narcissistic on some core level. I couldn't stand, I would rather, I don't know, I think I'd say die is a bit extreme, but I would, let's put it this way. I would rather put myself through a decade of intense, intentional, disgusting suffering through work, burnout, exhaustion, and fear than be normal. And that says something. I would rather put myself the ringer and suffer immensely in the process for years and years on end with little to no break, sacrificing everything that means anything to me and that makes me feel good just so that I don't have to be mediocre or normal. That's the truth. It's not about wanting to make this. This is the conscious communication. Like the unconscious communicates to you through your goal. So when you think you want something or when you think you want a goal, yeah, you want that, but the reason you want that is because you need this. You need the thing that's in the unconscious. So my need is I need to be better than others. I need to perceive myself to be better than other people. And that's me leveling with you and being honest. I've got this, I wouldn't call it a flaw because it's just a part of me, right? I got a part of me in my psychology that cannot stand mediocrity. I have to experience growth and constant development.
What 11 steps, bro? What are you saying? What's that? What 11 steps? Can you clarify? Oh, okay. I think I have 3 action steps left there. Let's see. Yeah, the last three steps are in the progress, are in the process still.
In every area of my life, constantly, all the time, consistently. It's exhausting and it sucks sometimes. But that's why I get such insane results in business and in life, is because of this. So I'm grateful for it. The key here is this deep, dark reason you shouldn't hate. You shouldn't reject it. You shouldn't hide from it. It's your superpower. Think about any hero movie. Any hero movie you've ever seen. Every hero becomes a hero because of something bad that happened to them. Like, it's kind of like the start of the hero's journey is they've got a boring shit life and something bad has happened, and so they become the hero. And then, through that, they bring this meaning to their life, right? So you don't want to hate your why. You don't want to hate your need. You need to learn to leverage it. It's the ultimate. It's like the never-ending spring of life. It's the fountain of youth. It's the thing that keeps you going. It is crucial that you understand why this is. Now, the other thing is you might have multiple. So you're going to have lots of different needs. There's going to be multiple different needs that sit at the root of your psychology that will dictate your behavior. There's not just one. There's usually a few, right? You need to uncover them and understand them and bring them to light and consciousness so you actually know why you're doing what you're doing. Because that way, when you go to do the stupid shit that you know you shouldn't do, like hide your Xbox under your bed instead of crushing it, you actually do the thing you need to do. Because if you know why you're doing it, then you're more likely to do it. But if you don't really know why, because just saying you want to make some money, that's not really enough of a reason. It kind of is. It's tethered to this deeper part of you that just is desperate and desperately needs something, right? It's tethered through this unconscious string that goes all the way down to the base of your unconscious and your brain and your mind. So yeah. Understand. You don't set a goal to move towards a better future. You set it to move away from a painful past or present. You're not trying to move towards something, you're trying to move away from something. You must understand. You might think that chasing your goal is noble, but really you're just a terrified little boy running away from something deep and scary. And that's okay. I'm not judging you for it, and you shouldn't judge yourself for it. That's the truth. Anyone who wants to do anything great has this. Goals manifest from the deepest, darkest corners of your unconscious and your psychology. Goals sit on needs, the deep psychological cravings that must be met for you to keep the anxiety, shame, and suffering at bay. Now, you might be thinking right now, hang on, Charlie, but I don't have any of these. You're wrong. You might be thinking, I don't have any trauma. I don't have anything bad that happened to me. The story that I like to use is I was bullied heavily when I was 11 or 12 years old. And because of that, one of my deep psychological needs was the need for control. And that manifested as me wanting to have a business because I could not even begin to tolerate the idea of having a boss. Because to me, a boss is someone who's in charge of me and is in control of my life and can exercise tyrannical control over me, i.e. that's bullying. So what I did in my late teenage and early 20 years is built the business so that I could ensure that I never gave anyone the opportunity to bully me again. And I figured that one out and I was like, fucking hell, that's pretty strong. When you figure it out, like, you can't stop working. It's like when you actually figure this out on the opportunity, control over me, i.e. that's bullying. So what a boss is someone who's in charge of me. Tolerate the idea of having one of my deep psychological needs was the need for control. And that manifested as me wanting to have a business because I could not even begin to tolerate the idea of having a boss. Because to me, a boss is someone who's in charge of me and is in control of my life and can exercise tyrannical control over me, i.e. that's bullying. To tolerate the idea of having a boss. To me, a boss is someone who's in charge of me and is in control of my life. Exercise tyrannical control. Me, i.e. that's bullying. So what I did in my late teenage early 20 years is built the business so that I could ensure that I never gave anyone the opportunity to bully me again. And I figured that one out and I was like, fucking hell, that's pretty strong. When you figure it out, like you can't stop working. It's like when you actually figure this out and you find out why you're working so hard and why you want this, you'll never ever lose the discipline. Like it's just, you're always, yeah, you're going to have ups and downs for sure. And you're going to go through ruts and stuff, but generally speaking, you'll stay on track. Another one of mine was I didn't have a girlfriend. I couldn't get a girlfriend to save my life. When I was young, when I was in secondary school, like high school as you call it in America, I couldn't get a girlfriend. I was useless with women. I was one of those low status, skinny kids that was just like playing video games and useless with girls and unhealthy. And I couldn't talk to girls, didn't have any courage. And, you know, so one of the reasons that I wanted to become successful, and one of the things that my psychology was predicated on for success was a lack of women and attention from girls. And so I saw, or my unconscious saw, a business as an opportunity to build my status, build my confidence, and build my resources so that I could attract whichever girl I wanted to. Now, I'm not saying that right now I could attract any girl I wanted to. I'm sure there's plenty of girls that wouldn't have any interest in me at all. But the point is that I no longer struggle with receiving that attention from women should I so choose to get it, if that makes sense. And that's how
Damn, bro. Like, I am getting so emotional for this one. When you get to this point, 2.7, you will uncover all your drive vacuums. The reason why you are doing this in the first place. And I'm doing it while it is playing the video. And it goes back to the childhood part. Whatever situation you're in your childhood, it is rooted there. Maybe in your early childhood or in your teens. And I've just uncovered it today. I've did a document like for many months ago. And this just basically reinforced those drives that I have. What's the time in Manila? There. It is written here. It's 10:06 p.m. And so I think I'm planning to end this stream at around 12 midnight. I'm gonna finish this one. And yeah, I think we've got to the 16-hour stream, bro. Let's go! We got to the 16-hour stream. And we did it. And right now I just want to continue working and go through this unrelenting discipline video. Because I'm currently doing the action steps as well. And yeah. How about you, bro? What are you doing?
Brain work.
Sheesh, man. You are pushing through every video. That's good. That's good.
There are things that you want, that you don't have, that you need, and your brain will use this idea of the business to develop it. You don't want to start a business. Get this through your head. You're not here because you want to start a business or because you want clients or because you want to be successful. You're here because you're away from something deep and dark, and your unconscious sees the business as the vehicle for you to hop in to run away from this thing. And that's fine. And you should do it. And you should to run away. Or because you want clients, or because you want to be successful. You're here you're running away from something deep and dark, and your unconscious sees the business because you're running away from something deep and dark, and your unconscious sees the business as the vehicle for you to hop in to run away from this thing. And that's fine. And you should do it. And you shouldn't be afraid of it, and you shouldn't shy away from it. It's fine. And you should do it. And you shouldn't be afraid of it, and you shouldn't shy away from it, because there's nothing stronger than this. And even if you haven't been through any significant trauma, maybe you weren't bullied, maybe you got girls, and you should do it. And you shouldn't be afraid of it. You shouldn't shy away from it, because there's nothing stronger than this. And if you haven't been through any, you shouldn't be afraid of it, and you shouldn't shy away from it, because there's nothing stronger than this. And even if you haven't been through any significant trauma, maybe you weren't bullied, maybe you got girls in school or something, there is a reason. Because everything happens for a reason. Everything's cause and effect. You think that you just want to be wildly successful and richer than 99% of people for no reason? You think that's just come out of nowhere? That you think you're just wired in that way, that you're genetically predisposed to want to succeed? No, it's psychological. It's a psychological thing. Okay? So what we're going to do is a little exercise to discover your drive vacuums. And this is well worth doing. So it's crucial to understand that your drive vacuums, they do come with a danger, which we'll explore in just a second here, but we need to discover them first. So here we have the resource of discovering your drive vacuums. And drive vacuum is your deep psychological needs that are basically all of your behavior is predicated on. Think about it. Here we have the resource of discovering your drive vacuums. And drive vacuum is your deep psychological needs that are basically because of it, significant trauma. Maybe
And like I'm shocked as to how deep this module went into the drive vacuums. I'll just type it out. Raul, if you're saying this 2.7, don't skip any of it for real. Do not, like, if you understand this, then you will skip now. Watch it as it entirety and just reflect on it. You will learn more about yourself on this. And yeah, I'm learning as well. This is so good. I wanted to share this with you guys. This is hard. This hits hard, so hard. Are you seeing this? You are not here because you want to start a business, or because you want clients, or you want to be successful. You are here because you want to go away from something deep and dark, and your conscious sees the business as the vehicle for you to hop away from this thing. That's fine, and you should do it. You shouldn't be afraid of it. You shouldn't shy away from it, because there's nothing stronger than this. There is a reason, because everything happens for a reason. Everything's cause and effect. You think that you just want to be wildly successful and richer than 99% of people for no reason. You think that's just come out of nowhere, that you think you're just wired in that way, that you're genetically predisposed to want to succeed. No. It's a psychological thing. And I've just uncovered mine just now. And I'm having this realization and this deep psychological cravings that needs to be satisfied. And this is deep. Like just knowing this and being aware of what it is for me, it means everything became clear. The reason why I'm doing this, the reason why I'm doing this in the first place, like the first answer pops out of nowhere, and that's because of this, right? And this dry vacuum, if you've uncovered it, then you will work if the consequences of not doing so is more painful than doing so. And right now, this drive has been amplified down to my soul. I don't know how to explain it, but that's what happened just now. So yeah. This is good. This is good.
Understanding dry vacuums, they do come with a danger, which we'll explore in a second. But we need to discover it first. So, here we have the resource of discovering your drive vacuums. And drive vacuum is your deep psychological needs that are basically all of your behavior is predicated on. Think about it. Why the hell do you want a business? You know, it's part of the reason why I'm so consistent with YouTube. Like I'm a narcissist. Like part of me is narcissistic and part of me loves receiving attention. And like I thrive on this because I didn't get much when I was a kid, right? In school. You know, I didn't have any friends. I was bullied. I didn't have a girlfriend and I was very lonely. You know, sure I had my mum and dad, but you know, when you're a 12-year-old kid, you don't really care too much about that, right? So, you know, I didn't have any attention from friends or anything for a long time. And so it's no wonder that I'm able to keep my YouTube channel so ruthlessly consistent. Because what is YouTube? It's attention. I've always thought about this. Like the one thing that I've kept consistent no matter what is YouTube for the last like 4 years. Like, you know, I've had ups and downs with everything except from that one thing. And I was like, why is that? Why am I so consistent with YouTube? That makes sense because it's a way for me to garner attention from hundreds of thousands of people who say nice things about me. So anyway, that aside, let's have a look at this exercise. So this is basically discovering your dry vacuums, aka your endless source of discipline. So like I said, this can get a little bit ugly and you might not like what you find, but sadly we are motivated more by darkness than the light. So here's what you got to do. So first of all, number one, get yourself a blank sheet of paper. I'm just going to put this in the right font a second. Get yourself a blank sheet of paper and a pen and write down 5 bullet points labeled 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And what I want you to do
Sorry, this is lagging. There you go. There you go. Okay. Let's continue. Wait a minute. I'll just BRB. Low, low, low. There we go.
Shy away from it because there's nothing. You know this because your unconscious knows it. You just need to find the truth and get to the bottom of it. Okay? So go and do that right now. fucked, his heart rate's fucked, everything's fucked. Look at his face. Look at how inflamed his facial structure is here. Look, you can see, like, you know, this. Look at that. Like, you know, this is what he looks like normally, you know. And then after 56 hours of swimming, like, he's in zone 7 rest at this point, right? And he gets up, and then they basically take him away. But at this point, he's just passing in and out of consciousness. Like, you know, it's just, yeah. So here, they take him away, he's got to go to the hospital or whatever, and then he's just passed out. Like, his body's just gone, right? And this is an example of what happens when you enter zone 7 discipline. So what I've done here is I've drawn what Ross's discipline graph, discipline recovery graph would have looked like. And this would be over a 30-day time horizon, right? So let's say that this represents the swim, which is, like, you know, basically nearly just over 2 days of swimming, 56 hours of fucking swimming. God, I can't even manage like 10 minutes, God, right? So, you know, basically what this looks like is, you know, for the first couple of days, he's really high up, and then for like a couple of hours he's in zone 7. So for like the last part of the swim, you've got your battery, and you've got 100 units of energy for each day that you're about to spend. Your long-term battery is fully recharged, and, you know, everything's in good standing, okay? So what this would look like is that if you spend the first 5 days back from holiday in zone 1 or 2, you know, you get back from holiday, you just come back to work a little bit, Till's taken some time off, you're in zone 1 or 2, you're perfectly balanced, right? What's going to happen is you're going to rest throughout the day. You're going to be a little bit lazy, not really exert yourself after the holiday. As you can observe, what happens if they do this is they drain day 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 down to 0 and burn just a little bit of energy in their long-term battery. So, you know, when you burn a day, you lose a little bit of long-term battery, which is why, you know, 9-to-5ers or people that just live normal, boring lives have to take a holiday every few months. Because, you know, after just even a normal, balanced little bit of discipline, you know, you still reduce your energy level over the long term, right? Which means you need a holiday, you take some time off. So this is what it looks like. You know, if you spend a day in zone 1 or 2, you're perfectly balanced, you're just burning your energy that you've got today. Now, let's say that this person gets to day 6. So they've just done 5 days of balanced discipline, and they go hard in zone 6 and day 6. And what they do on day 6 is they go to discipline zone 4 and 5. So they spend the day in zone 4 and 5 pushing really hard on sales calls, making lots of content, doing a ton of work, very little downtime, working late into the night. Let's say on day 6 they're like, fuck it, I'm back from holiday, I've done 5 days of balance, I'm going hard today. Well, what happens? Because they've got their day of energy here, but on day 6 they're significantly more disciplined than they were on the previous days. So how does this work? Because they've only got so much energy on day 6, right? Well, what happens is they burn all of their day 6 energy, but to sustain zone 4 and 5 behaviors, they have to borrow from their reserves from day 7. So by the end of day 6, they've used all of their day 6 energy, but also some of tomorrow's reserves. So when you push yourself beyond zone 2 discipline, you have to borrow energy from the next day because, you've only got so much energy in the day. And so, what happens here is because they only have so much energy, which is 100 units on day 6, they had to borrow some from tomorrow and tap into their future reserves. So they were in zone 5 for most of day 6, so that's quite exhausting. So they've had to basically do almost a day and a half of energy, a day and 3/4 of energy. And also, borrowing from future reserves is necessary to get stuff done, but also this does drain your long-term battery too, okay? So at this point, this person's fine. They've done day 6, they've done a hard day's work, they're not tired at all because they've got so much reserve here. They've got, for God's sake, they've still got like 20 days of reserve. Their energy level is still, 80% at capacity. Their long-term battery is full. They're fine. Because they've only got so much energy on day 6, right? Well, what happens is they burn all of their day 6 energy, but to sustain zone 4 and 5 behaviors, they have to borrow from their reserves from day 7. So by the end of day 6, they've used all of their day 6 energy, but also some of tomorrow's reserves. So when you push yourself beyond zone 2 discipline, you have to borrow energy from the next day because, you've only got so much energy in the day. And so, what happens here is because they only have so much energy, which is 100 units on day 6, they had to borrow some from tomorrow and tap into their future reserves. So they were in zone 5 for most of day 6, so that's quite exhausting. So they've had to basically do almost a day and a half of energy, a day and 3/4 of energy. And also, borrowing from future reserves is necessary to get stuff done, but also this does drain your long-term battery too, okay? So at this point, this person's fine. They've done day 6, they've done a hard day's work, they're not tired at all because they've got so much reserve here. They've got, for God's sake, they've still got like 20 days of reserve. Their energy level is still, 80% at capacity. Their long-term battery is full. They're fine. So what do? They go into day 7 with the same attitude. And this time, they're in zone 5 discipline. Okay, so they're up here, in zone 5, working real hard, getting stuff done again, working like a beast, right? And, that happens again. But the thing is about this is they didn't have that much energy on day 7. So by the time day 7 rolls around, they've already used 75% of their energy on day 6. So they come into day 7 with 25% of the energy they would have had. So what they have to do, because they're staying in zone 5 all day, is they have to borrow energy from day 8 and day 9 because they didn't have much on day 7 to start with. And so, something happens. Because they start with day 7 with so little, they have to borrow from 8 and 9. So they burn all of day 8. So they burn the rest of day 7, that we can see they had a little bit left here. Then they burn day 8 and they burn half of day 9 because they have to borrow from future reserves because you can't sustain zone 5 with 25 units in one day. It's not possible. And so, this also depletes their energy level a little bit as well. And, that starts to happen. And so, if we keep moving here, on day 8, they do the same thing. So day 8 rolls around, they're on a roll. They're like, fuck it, I'm not taking time off. I'm in the zone, I feel good, But the problem is they've been borrowing from the future a little bit too much without making any effort to recharge. So what happens on day 8 is they want to maintain their zone 5 discipline. And so, on day 8, they start with no energy. They've got nothing here. So what they do is they look to the next days. So they borrow the rest of day 9, then they borrow day 10 and half of day 11. And at this point now, this person's 3-4 consecutive days in a row where they've had to, they be in like high zone 5. They're borrowing a lot of energy here. So now their long-term battery is going down. Now, admittedly, the long-term battery probably wouldn't go down by this much already. It takes like quite a while for your battery to go down, so just ignore that slight mistake on my end. But now we're having to borrow like 3 days out. And then what happens on day 9 is they're tired because they're so far into their reserves, but they decide to push through. And this time they push through into zone 6. And what they have to do on day 9, they started with no energy on day 9, but the problem is on day 9 is they've already used all of day 10 and half day 11. So now they have to borrow from 11, 12, 13, 14 and part of 15 just to get the energy to push through. And they're in zone 6 for the whole of day 9. And because they're already quite tired, it's exponentially worse. They have to borrow more energy, if that makes sense. So they start feeling tired, but their body's like communicating them, but they watch the David Goggins video and push through to zone 6. And the consequence of pushing through to zone 6 is having to borrow a little bit further out. And now their energy is really going down. So now they're only 9 days into the month, but because they haven't taken any adequate rest, it's almost like they've done a week and nearly a week and a half of work, but they've only done a week of work. On day 10, they're exhausted and tired. So what they do is they take a day of rest. They're like, it's day 10, I'll rest. So they rest in zone 4. So they're relaxing a little bit, but not completely, but they're still relaxed. So they swing themselves down to, zone 4 here, just for a day, just so they can get some time off and sort of chill out, right? Which is a pretty healthy thing to do and encouraged. And this means they relax a little bit, but not entirely or completely. They're still maintaining some discipline, but whatever. So what they do on this day is, because they relax a little bit, is they've recharged their battery for day 15 and 14. So remember, because they entered zone 6 on day 9, they had to borrow energy from day 14 and 15 to do this. So by the time day 10 rolls around, they rest, and because of that rest, they replenish day 15 and most of day 14 just from one day of rest. Okay? And then what happens on day 11 is they feel rested, they've had a day off, so they feel that they're recharged, but it's only temporary. They go hard again, they enter zone 5 discipline, and because of this, they have to once again burn day 14, 15, 16, and 17. And this depletes their long-term battery. So just because they had one day of rest doesn't mean that they're out of the woods. So they do the zone 5 thing again and have to borrow more. And then in day 12, at this point, they're exhausted because, they're like, shit, like, I've got no energy. Like, this is like a week of like hardcore discipline with no rest and no time off. Like, we're talking like, extreme shit here. Like, starting really early, finishing really late, like working really intensely in like zone 5, like high zone 5, low zone 6. Now, day 12. Now they're exhausted. They've got no energy, but they still want to push on regardless. They're polarized to discipline. They've got a little bit of energy left in their long-term battery. They're here. They're like, shit, I can still go. I can still keep going. So they enter zone 5 against all their impulses and tiredness to get the day done. But to do this, it costs them heavily. Now, here's the key note. The less reserves you have, the more energy borrowing costs. So the lower your long-term battery, the more it costs you to borrow. So at day 12, this person's exhausted and they've got very little long-term battery. So what that means is a day of zone 5 here requires them to borrow out so much further than the day if they were already rested. So if they if they enter zone 5 on day 6, they might only have to borrow from tomorrow because they're so rested already. But because they're borrowing from day 12 where they're already really tired, they have to borrow a lot. So the zone 5 on day 12 is fucking idiotic. They should take another day off. But what happens is they push through in zone 5, and now they have to borrow from 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. So they basically have to borrow like a week's worth of energy just to get a day of work done. And that's what happens when you get close to burnout territory. When your energy reserves are so low because you've pushed yourself too far, one extra day of work can cost you a week of rest, right? And day 13. So day 13 is burnout. So this is we're only halfway into the month here, but this person's been working so hard for so long with such intensity that they're now burned out. And this person is deep into his reserves, and his body has forced him to rest. He's forced into zone 5 rest, which recharges day 23, which is a silver lining. Usually a day of zone 5 rest would recharge more than a day. But because this person is so far into his reserves, it doesn't recharge much. Like the more exhausted you are, the more rest you need to obviously become unexhausted. So the more exhausted you are, the less impact rest has on your energy levels. So if you had a day of zone 5 rest, when your energy levels were already quite high, then you could replenish like 3-4 days. But because this dude's fucking exhausted, it only replenishes 1 day, quite far out. Now what happens here is when you get burned out, it's a sign that you're close to your long-term energy reserve. So your long-term battery is a scale, and you can burn through this energy in the long term over a couple months long time horizon. But the issue is below, once you get to the bottom of your long-term battery, you enter something called the long-term energy reserve. And your body does not like being in your long-term energy reserve. This is the energy that it keeps over for survival situations. This is when your cortisol spikes and you're basically in fight or flight all the time. This is when your stress is really high, you can't sleep properly, and you're basically in your reserves. Your body has these reserves and it's possible to tap into them. It doesn't feel very nice to tap into them, but it takes a long time to recover. So for example, if you were like, I don't know, like if you were stranded on an island, your body has energy reserves. It can start digesting your protein. It will start digesting your muscles. Now your body will literally digest your muscles for energy to convert into glycogen or whatever, ketones or whatever, to basically keep you alive. So obviously we're not digesting our muscles here, but the same thing is true with your mind and the way that your mind deals with mental energy. You have these reserves, which would basically be the equivalent of your body digesting your muscles from a physical level. So here's the problem. So day 13, this guy takes a day off. He's like, fucking hell, I'm exhausted. I've got very little in the tank. So he takes a day off. He rests in zone 5. He just watches Instagram reels and eats shit food and just goes to bed really late and whatever. But then on day 14, he wakes up and he makes a mistake. He's so polarized towards discipline that he's not listening to his body or his burnout symptoms. Instead, listening to the top 1% man advice, what he does is he decides to push on and dig into zone 4 discipline for day 14. He can't muster up anything more than zone 4. He can't go to zone 5 or zone 6 because his body simply won't allow him. So he pushes himself as hard as he can and enters zone 4. Now at this point, this costs him dearly and it consumes the rest of his energy reserves on the board for the month. He's now dug into his long-term energy reserves, which is his survival reserves or his emergency reserves, and his long-term battery is just wiped and he's got no energy in the tank for the rest of the month. This is burnout. This is what happens when you work past burnout. Your body just goes into shutdown mode. And then what happens is it's day 15. So he does day 14 work, but day 15 rolls around, he's fucked. He's burned out and he's forced into zone 5 and 6 rest. All good habits go out the window, all the addictions come back in, no willpower to do anything or control impulses, total complete laziness, and the polar opposite of how he wants to behave and what he identifies with. The sad thing, even just a day of rest here doesn't recharge anything. So he's forced into rest at this point. Burnout is forced rest. And this is why when you burn out, all of your bad habits come back in. Because all of the impulses that you currently are trying to hold back on, the food, the content, these instant gratification mechanisms, they require discipline to keep down. You've got to exercise discipline constantly to keep these impulses at bay. But when you're forced into burnout territory and you really burn yourself out, all of your impulse control goes out the window because you have no discipline left. You have no reserves to even fight off the most basic impulse. So all these bad habits start creeping in. So what people think happens when they burn out is they think it's self-sabotage. They think that they mistake burnout, which is truly just your body like communicating exhaustion and your energy levels being so low that you haven't even got the willpower to muster up energy or discipline. They think that that's them self-sabotaging. And they think that what it is it's them like intentionally destroying their thing. Now, there is a psychological argument for that, and we've talked about the self, and we've talked about the trial by fire stuff, and we've talked about how the the self has a survival bias, and you are going to self-sabotage, and we need to keep that thing at bay. But once you start your becoming self, the danger is burnout. The real danger is depleting your energy reserves to the point where the current sense of self can just come back in and there's no discipline. Because discipline is how you destroy the current self. It's work, right? So when you can't work, the current self rears its ugly head again. You then mistake the burnout for the current self being the reason. But all it is you've just basically given the current self an open door to walk through. And that's a silly thing. So he's burned out. He's into his long-term energy reserve now. and his body will not tolerate this. And so what happens for basically a week is he's spent in total slob mode, lazy mode, bad habit mode. Everything goes out of the window. He's in zone 5, zone 6 rest. It's forced. He doesn't want to be there. He's angry. He's shameful. He's pissed off. He's sleeping late. He's masturbating, watching porn. He's eating junk food. He's being an idiot. He's smoking. He's drinking. He's taking drugs. He's gaming again. Everything comes out. Everything. He's hanging out with the wrong people. He's not working. He's just exhausted. His body is digging its way out of long-term survival emergency reserves. So all that burnout is, and all that's happening here, is it's not like he's got some evil, malevolent self-sabotage mechanism, although that might be somewhat true. It's more just the fact that he hasn't got anything in the tank. Like it's like this, like trying to work during a burnout stage is like trying to force a car to accelerate when it's got no gas in it. A car with no gas in the tank, no matter how hard you push the accelerator and are good of a driver, it will not move. Your body and your mind are the same thing. It's like trying to turn your phone on when it's got no battery. It just won't turn on. You can't just miraculously pull discipline and willpower out of your ass when you're burned out. You can't. Because it's literally like trying to drive a car with no gas in it. You've got nothing left. So your responsibility as an entrepreneur is to make sure that you do not get to this point. Because it's better to make progress slowly and consistently through, healthy discipline and rest balance than going to extremes. And this is why people struggle in business. And this is why you have the oscillatory life cycles. And this is why people struggle, is because their discipline levels and their rest levels go up and down and up and down and up and down. And anything taken to its extreme will become its opposite. And so extreme discipline becomes forced rest. There's no other way around it. You need to learn how to be patient and slow yourself down and balance out. You have the oscillatory life cycles, and this is why people struggle. You can't. Because it's literally like trying to drive a car with no gas in it. You've got nothing left. So your responsibility as an entrepreneur is to make sure that you do not get to this point. Because it's better to make progress slowly and consistently. Because it's better to make progress slowly and consistently through. Because it's better to make progress slowly and consistently. Burned out. You can't. Because it's literally like trying to drive a car with no gas in it. You've got nothing left. So your responsibility as an entrepreneur is to make sure that you do not get to this point. Because it's better to make progress slowly. And consistent, do not get to this point. Because it's better to make progress slowly and consistently through, healthy discipline and rest balance than going to extremes. And this is why people struggle in business. And this is why you have the oscillatory life than going to extremes consistently through, healthy discipline and rest balance than going to extremes. And this is why people struggle in business. And this is why you have the oscillatory life cycles. And this is why people struggle, is because their discipline levels and their rest levels go up and down and up and down and up and down. And anything taken to its extreme will become its opposite. And so extreme discipline becomes forced rest. Struggle in business. And this is why you make progress slowly and consistently. And this is why people struggle in business. And this is why you have the oscillatory life cycles. And this is why people struggle, is because their discipline level progress slowly and consistently through, healthy discipline and rest balance than going to extremes. And this is why people struggle in business. And this is why you have the oscillatory life cycles. And this is why people struggle, is because their discipline levels and their rest levels go up and down and up and down and up and down. And anything taken to its extreme will become its opposite. And so extreme discipline becomes forced rest. There's no other way around it. And so extreme discipline becomes anything taken to And this is why you have the oscillatory life cycles, and this is why people struggle, is because their discipline levels and their rest levels go up and down and up and down and up and down, and anything taken to its extreme will become its opposite. And so extreme discipline becomes forced rest. There's no other way around it. You need to learn how to be patient and slow yourself down and balance. There's no other way around it. Opposite. And so extreme up and down and up and down, and anything taken to its extreme become its opposite. And so extreme discipline becomes forced rest. There's no other way around it. You need to learn how to be patient. And slow yourself down and balance out your discipline and make progress slower than you'd like, but for a sure thing, okay? So on day 21, he's just about over the burnout stage, but he's still exhausted. So he takes off a few more. 21, he's just about over the burnout stage, but he's still exhausted. So he takes off a few more days. And as he does this, and balance out your discipline and make progress slower than you'd like, but for a sure thing, okay? So on day 21, he's just about over the burnout stage. He's still exhausted, so he takes off a few more days, and as he does this, he starts to recharge a little bit. So after like a week or two of basically just lying around doing nothing, he finally starts to recharge his energy reserves, right? That we can see here. And he's out of the long-term energy reserve, so he's feeling a bit better, and he's now got his impulses back in check. So he's starting to correct his bad habits again. He's not back to work yet, but he's still in like zone 4 rest, not zone 6 anymore, right? Burnout is like zone 6 rest basically. And he's not burned out anymore, but he's just in zone 4. And then on day 26, he does a little bit of work, but he spends most of his day in zone 2 or 3 rest, just taking it easy. And basically this becomes exponential. So because he takes off these days, and because on day 25, 26, he's still sort of resting quite a lot, because he's already a little bit rested from this period, his energy levels spike way back up. So discipline to rest ratios are not linear, they're not equal. If you take a lot of rest and rest another day, then you get a lot of recharge, if that makes sense. So because he's still taking it easy off the back of his burnout and not going hard again, his energy levels spike way up. So he goes from like having 25% reserves to 75% reserves just because of one or two extra days off. Like you don't need as much rest as you think, okay? And then by day 27, he's rested, his long-term battery is full again, he's out of the burnout cycle, he's feeling confident, he's feeling ready to go, and his long-term energy reserve is nearly full, And, you know, we've got day 32, 33, 34, and he's ready for, like, you know, the next 30 days again, but he's probably going to repeat the cycle. This is how most entrepreneurs live. They live in a cycle of discipline and extreme rest. They basically burn themselves out, and it's not healthy. And I know that I get it, because young men, what we do is we glorify pain and discipline and hard work and suffering. And we should, because it's the root to success. But we glorify it a little bit too much. And that's because there's a lot of pride and there's a lot of intense momentary pleasure and pride in the ability to exercise extraneous self-control. It feels pretty fucking good. It's a nice thing to do. It's great. And we become too polarized to it. And anything taken to its extreme will become its opposite. And this is how you burn yourself out. This is how you make yourself ill. It's how you make inconsistent progress, which is never progress at all. Inconsistent progress make yourself ill. It's how you make inconsistent progress become its opposite. And this is how you burn yourself out. Make yourself ill. How you make inconsistent progress, which is never progress at all. Inconsistent progress is not progress, it's just plateau, right? And so yeah, day 27, he's ready to go again, and he's going to do it all over again. And what we could do is we could map this behavior on a discipline or recovery chart. So I'm just going to drink some water here. Excuse me. But what you can see is if we took this 30-day period, so, you know, day 1 to day 27, like 30 days or whatever, we could map out this guy's discipline on the graph. And so what this might look like is, you know, for the first couple of weeks, you know, we've got the zone 5, deep zone 6 activity here with no rest. And then we've got the 1 day of rest in zone 4. And then we go back up for another week or two. And then we go too far to the point where, you know, we burn out on day 13 and spend a few days here. Then we recover a little bit here. By day 26, we're just back in zone 2 rest, doing a little bit of discipline stuff. And then by the time we get to the end of the month, we're back again. So it's like a 30-day cycle. Now, this is arbitrary. It's not always going to be a 30-day time horizon for a burnout cycle to occur. This is just an example of a month. So don't think that this is like a thing that just resets every month magically. That's not the case. But you can map this out on a graph like this. And this is what the month would have looked like. So we have extreme discipline, and then we have extreme rest for a little bit, and then some recovery, and then we're back up. So what this guy should have done is spend all he had to do was extend this little rest period by maybe 2 or 3 days. Because if he extended it by 2 or 3 days, every consecutive day of rest exponentially increases the charge of your long-term battery. So if you take 1 day off, you won't charge much battery. But if you take 2 days off, you'll charge like double on the second day what you did on the first. And if you take 3 days off, then you'll charge triple than what you did on the first. So rest is exponential. And the more consecutive days of rest you take, the more you recharge and the more worthwhile it becomes. In the same way that the consecutive days of discipline burn more energy. So day 1, zone 6 isn't going to cost you too much. Day 2, zone 6 might cost you a little bit more than the first day. Day 3, day 4, day 5. By the time you get to day 7 of zone 6, it's costing you 10 times more than day 1 did. It's exponential, and the more consecutive time you spend in either of these camps, whether it's discipline or rest, the more of an effect it has as time passes with intensity. Okay, so for example, I can tell you this: I've been recording this for 4 hours non-stop with no breaks, and I might have started this recording in like zone 5. I'm now in zone 6, and you know, this next hour of recording for me is going to be more exhausting than the previous 4 hours combined, because I'm in my day reserves, right? I'm way over my 100 units of energy for today. I'm probably borrowing, you know, 2-3 days out from now, right? And this next hour of work that I do is probably going to require me to burn an entire day of energy in the future. So if I'm on the 16th of June, I'm right now borrowing, I've used all my energy for the 16th of June by far, because got up early, did some work, finished this document, recording this for 4 hours. That's zone 6 shit. I'm done for today. My energy is done for today. So what I'm doing now is I'm borrowing from the 17th of June, but this last hour of recording is about to be very intense because I'm quite exhausted from this recording and it's getting intense. So 1 hour of zone 6 for me at the moment might require me to take all of my energy from like the 19th of June. And that's how it works. The more intense something is it is going to require more energy. And the longer you spend in a zone, the more intense the thing becomes. So here's the discipline or recovery chart from when I was 18. So remember the story I told you about that crazy 9-month, 3-job business speed reading discipline sprint? Then I had that 3-month crash out period. So, I was in like deep zone 6, deep zone 7 for like 9 fucking months. Like, not healthy, not good. And the thing about this is I didn't come out of it. So you can go to zone 6 if you want, but you have to be prepared to go to zone 5 or zone 6 rest every now and then to accommodate for it. But I literally spent 9 months up here. And the result of that was a correction where I started having the panic attacks down here, and I started getting delirious and ill for like, a good week. And then my recovery was slow. It took me 3 months to get back to normal, where I could get a job again and behave like a normal human, right? So, you can map it there. And it might seem familiar to the oscillatory life cycles that we cover. Now, this isn't just a clean, easy monthly thing. It's not like your energy reserve just resets every month. This is not like, I'm using a 30-day time horizon here, for example, but you need to realize that, the body and the mind doesn't really recognize calendars. Like, your body doesn't understand the abstraction of time and calendars. It uses binary thresholds and biological markers to determine which state it forces you into. And this is an oversimplified model to help you understand how this stuff works. So why does this happen? Why can't we just be disciplined forever and sit in the high discipline zones for the rest of our lives? Because that would certainly make becoming successful way easier. Well, when you enter a high discipline zone, you obviously, as you know now, you have to borrow energy from the future. So it comes with a cost. You have to borrow it from the future. And the future's coming, so there's going to come, if you borrow from tomorrow and tomorrow rolls around, then you're going to be a little tired tomorrow because you're going to have to borrow from the next day. Think of it in the same way that you borrow money from a bank. When you borrow money from a bank, you go into debt. And when that bank loans you this money, they'll force you to pay it back with interest, meaning you pay a little bit more back than you borrowed. When you borrow energy from your future reserves, you incur a debt that must be paid, and that debt contains recovery interest. This means that you have to pay off the debt, and you maybe have to pay off a little bit more than you borrowed. This is why I had to take off 3 months off of everything in life. It was why, that happened. I was paying my discipline debts off to the bank of energy. So, imagine we've got the bank of energy. So up here, I'm borrowing, I am lending, like I'm taking as much money as I can from the bank at a super high interest rate. And if you borrow loads of money for a very long time from a bank, they're eventually going to want it back. And I had to pay it back. And I had to spend 3 months in here. Now you'll notice how it's disproportionate because I spent 9 months here, but only 3 months here. And that's because rest and discipline are not equal, which we'll talk about in a second. And that's asymmetric charging. I know what you're thinking. Well, shit. If every time I discipline myself, I have to have an equal amount of rest, then surely I'm never going to make any progress, right? Surely I'm going to stay stuck in the oscillatory life cycle. That's a fair thing to think. You're like, oh shit, well, if every time I go up here, I have to come down here, how am I going to make any progress? I'm just going to oscillate. I'm just doomed to oscillate between these two things. That's not true. Because if that was true, no one will make any progress ever. There is good news. The good news is that rest and discipline are not equal. Rest is significantly more powerful than discipline. It's got a multiplier. And what this means is for every point of discipline you score, you only need to compensate it with less points of rest. So for every, it's got like a 2 to 3 to 4x multiplier. Because, if I take a week off of work and I spend a week in zone 6 rest, which means that I've just let everything go and I'm totally undisciplined and I'm just completely off of it. I can take a week off and that might recharge my battery for like 3 months. If I take a nice long weekend, if I take Monday, Friday and Saturday, if I take Friday, Saturday, Sunday and Monday off and stay in zone 5 rest for 4 days on a long weekend, that's 4 days off, but it might recharge my battery for 3 weeks. So rest is asymmetric. And what that means is you don't need to have an equal amount of rest and discipline. Because, when you go through your burnout cycles and your burnout stages, they might only last a week. And then you might be able to go again for like 3 or 4 weeks, right? So it's important to note that for every point of discipline, you might need 0.3, 0.4, 0.5 points of rest, right? Sometimes you get 10x multiple on rest. It's insane. Rest, the return on the ROR, return on rest, which is basically discipline cash, is huge. Like for example, when I had my crazy 9-month stint,
It only took me 3 months to get back to normal, to be clear and healthy again. Admittedly, I wasn't quite back to normal for a year, but I could function. So you can see this here. 9 months of deep zone 6 and zone 7, and then only 3 months of zone 7 and 6 rest. So I spent 75% of the year in deep zone 6 and 7, but only 3 months in deep zone 7 and 6. So it only took me a third of the time to get back to the healthy level. So rest is more powerful than discipline in swinging this chart, and you don't need to spend as much time in rest as you do in discipline. It doesn't have to be perfectly equal, okay? Because your body is built to rest. Your body is built to recover. You've got a recovery mechanism inside of you that is incredibly efficient. And you can imagine your body and your mind to be like an iPhone. So let's say that you charge your phone for 10 hours straight and it runs out of battery. You put it on charge and 1 hour later it's fully charged, ready to go again. So you didn't need to charge your phone for the duration you wanted to use it for. So if you put your phone on charge for an hour, that might give you 10 hours of usage. So it's a 1 to 10 ratio. In the same way that if you give your body, a week of rest, you might get 3 months of discipline from that, right? It's like when you have any battery, if you charge the battery it won't take long to charge it, and you'll be able to use the battery for longer than you charged it for. So if I've got my MacBook and I charge my MacBook to 100%, it might take my MacBook 2 hours to get to 100%, but I might be able to use my MacBook for 20 hours. Which means that there's a 10x multiple on the recovery of the MacBook's battery, if that makes sense. Same thing's true for your body. It's charge to burn ratio. The battery is very efficient in these devices. So if you spent 3 months working in zone 5 or 6 discipline, maybe you'd have to spend a month in zone 5 or 6. Now know that this only applies to work. Like if you ran a marathon with no training and spent 5 hours in zone 6, your body might physically need 4 to 5 days of rest before it's fully recovered. So when it comes to your physiology, like your body's recovery, it can take a lot longer to recover, but your mind recovers real fucking quick. Like, if you think about this, if you've never run a marathon before and tomorrow you run a marathon with no training, it might take, let's say you run that for 5 hours. So you're in zone 6 discipline for 5 hours running, and it's fucking horrible. It might take you 5 days to recover from that. So it was only 5 hours of discipline, but it took you 5 days to recover. So the body takes a lot longer to recover, but the mind, the thing that you use to work, is an incredibly efficient battery. It's like an iPhone battery where you can charge it for a short period of time and then use the phone for a long time. On the flip side, the higher the zone, the more time you'll have to spend in the other zone, obviously. So if you spend a day or two in zone 7, you might need a month in zone 6 or 5. So I'd advise never go to zone 7 unless it's absolutely crucial for you, your family, or your company's survival. So I've had to go to zone 7 a few times before with work where I might have to spend an entire 2 days with no sleep, trying to solve a problem in business. And if we're going through a crucial stage of the company, there's times before where I've been in zone 7 for a while, and I've always had to pay a serious price for that in terms of rest levels and stuff like that. So with time and practice, you can increase the efficiency of your personal battery. The more you do this, the more time you will spend, the more you do this, i.e. the more time you spend in high discipline zones, the better you get at recovering and taking intentional rest, the more efficient you become. So, when it comes to burnout, you have a burnout threshold, which is how much discipline you have to enact with as little rest as possible before you burn out. And you can increase that threshold. And your battery becomes more efficient with time. So the more you do this, the longer you spend in high discipline zones, the better you get at resting and recovery, the more efficient your battery becomes. So for example, I've got a decade of practice burning myself out and taking myself to my limits. And I have an extremely high tolerance for burnout. Someone like Elon Musk, for example, that dude could probably spend 6 months in zone 7 and then basically only have to spend a week in zone 6 to get out of it. You increase your battery efficiency, and when I'm talking about the level of discipline I can have, you won't want to necessarily emulate that at the beginning because it takes time to get there. But really the only way to get there is to try to be there, because that's how you get better at it, and that's how you increase the efficiency. That's why I can make videos like these consistently, and most people can't even make a YouTube video. I've been making these deep abstract mindset videos, these big boys, for 6 to 9 months now, whatever it's been, and it's been a little bit maybe longer than that, but I've been doing it consistently, every week, and most people can't even make a YouTube video. So it's there's levels to it.
it's kind of like having, like, battery efficiency is like having a credit score. You know, a credit score is something given to people in society to determine how much money they can borrow and how favorable their interest rates are. So if you have a high credit score, you can borrow more money, etc., etc. You can think of having like a discipline credit score. So the better you are at paying back on time, being a reliable borrower, and, you know, stuff like that, you can get more money from the bank. And the exact same thing is true with your body, time, and energy. So if I borrow lots of money from the bank and have credit cards and consistently pay them back on time, my credit score goes up, which means I can borrow more money from the bank in the future because they know I'm a reliable borrower. The same thing is true. You have like a credit score, but for discipline. So the better you are at paying off your disciplinary debts, which is basically what you're incurring, discipline debt, right? When you spend too long in a highly disciplined state, you're basically borrowing, you know, you're borrowing energy and you have to pay that energy back. So the better you get at paying that back on time with rest, and the better you get at intentional rest and taking time off and taking it easy, the higher your discipline credit score, the more you are reliable to borrow, right? And the more the disciplined bank will trust you with when it comes to borrowing. Draining intensity is something that's crucial to note, which is basically that the lower your long-term battery, the easier it's going to be for you to drain it at lower levels of discipline. So say your long-term battery is nearly empty and you're nearing your burnout threshold. If you spend one day in zone 3 or 4 discipline, that might have the equivalent effect than if you were to spend a week in zone 5 or 6 when you had a full battery. So the more exhausted you become and the lower your long-term battery gets, the more sensitive it gets to being drained. So, you know, if here, right, if you're at this space, you could spend 4 or 5 days straight in maybe zone 5 or 6 and maybe reduce your battery a little bit. But if your battery was here and you spent a day in zone 5 or 6, it might reduce drastically. So depending on how full your long-term battery is, depends on the sensitivity to how much discipline it will require you to burn it off, if that makes sense. This also works on the flip side of rest. So if you take a day of rest and you're already pretty rested, then you'll fill your battery up way more than if you took a day of rest when you're already exhausted. It's pretty basic maths, okay? And disproportionate action. So we've kind of discussed this, how, you know, not all actions will burn energy equally. Some actions in your business and in your work are going to be more taxing than others. It's not about how much time you spend in a disciplined state. It's about how intense the action is. And you don't want to fool yourself into thinking you're a high disciplined person just because you work a lot. If you work on easy shit, like if you're building a website or replying to emails or watching content, then you're in like zone 3 or 4. But if you're making like YouTube videos and deep content and doing sales calls all the time and working on your product and hiring people, that's like zone 6. So, you know, you watching this right now, yeah, it requires a bit of discipline because you could be watching Netflix and you're watching, but all you're really doing is just watching a video and doing some action items. So maybe you're in zone 3 or 4, but you know, you could probably find that you'd be able to spend more time doing this than you would doing sales calls or something that's a little bit more exhausting, right? So for example, if you look at this from a gym standpoint, a 1 rep max deadlift is going to take more energy and tax more from your body and your energy discipline levels than 30 minutes just walking on the treadmill. So a one rep max deadlift you could do in 15 seconds, right? But it's fucking exhausting because it's so intense. So you go to zone 7 or high zone 6 just for 15 seconds. But it would cost you more energy to do this than it would 30 minutes on the treadmill. Now, not in terms of calorific burn, I'm talking central nervous system energy reserves, right? So how much energy you burn is not about time spent, it's far more about intensity of activity. So I'm recording this video now, it's a 4-hour recording, it's exhausting. That's me good for the day. Like, you know, it's like, I'll probably keep going after this, to be honest, because I've got quite a lot of energy at the moment. I've really stacked up my reserves recently. But you know, it's exhausting and it's about intensity. So for example, 4 hours of deep work on this Google Doc is going to take more energy than 20 hours of listening to business podcasts or doing meetings. And in case you're wondering, by the way, little plug, program recording is the most heinously exhausting thing I have to do at work. And this build of the academy has truly sent me to the darkness and has done me some harm. So, you know, you can always refer a friend or upsell and buy Easy Grow or something just to say cheers for that, mate. It's a shameless plug, but I was sort of amused as I was recording this because, like, you know, these videos to make, they are exhausting. And, you know, over the last 6 to 9 months, I have been in and out of pretty serious burnout at times because of these and because I'm in such a rush to get them done because, well, I want to add as much value as I can as fast as I can. Yeah, it's pretty exhausting, but it doesn't matter. So burnout is kind of one of the last things we're going to discuss here. We've obviously used this term multiple times, and you probably know what it is and how it works, but I want to give you some information on this so that you can be better equipped to deal with it should you start to experience it, which you probably definitely will, because you're not going to get this right the first time around unless you properly listen to me. So burnout is defined as forced recovery or forced rest. It's when you've pushed yourself so far that your body effectively shuts down and forces you to stop, and it won't listen to rhyme or reason. If the body is burned out, there ain't anything you can do to get it up and do the work. Burnout is a total state and works on a threshold basis. What that means is it will show symptoms and happen gradually until you hit a point of no return at which you will descend into total exhaustion. It's a threshold, and that means there's an arbitrary level of energy reserve that you need to dip in to reach it. Everyone has different burnout thresholds, and you can improve yours over time by practicing and working. Now, burnout exists in 5 stages, and there's like 5 thresholds to get to each stage. So we've got stage 1, which is mental. So this is easy. This is not really burnout. This is when you get little emotional spikes, a little bit of doubt, a little bit of fear, can't really focus, like just a couple of little mental symptoms, a little bit tired, like this is nothing serious. Stage 2 is physical. This is mild physical symptoms. You feel a bit tired, you can't really get to sleep that well, you're getting a little bit sick, you're getting your bags under your eyes, you're starting to get a little bit burned out. Like it's nothing serious, it's not going to stop you from working, but it's a little bit tired. Stage 3 is where things get a little bit serious. This is when your stress levels are increased, your cortisol's up, you're not sleeping properly. This is when you actually are starting to get properly burned out. You get nausea sometimes, you get anxiety, you can get like a fever, you get properly sick. You can't really exercise anymore because you're so stressed. You lose your appetite. This is bad. Cortisol's up, right? But you can push through this. You can keep going if you want to. Stage 4 is Armageddon. This is what I got to. And this happens real fucking quick. So you hit this threshold, and if you go into stage 4, it happens pretty quick. So this is where you get panic attacks, chronic brain fog, disassociation, immune problems, weight gain, weight loss, depression, night terrors. Stage 4, you don't want to go there. Stage 3, you can tolerate that for a little bit, but you generally want to take some time off once you start getting stage 3. Because this is the thing people ask me all the time, is how do I know when I'm burned out? And how do I know when I'm just coping and I don't want to work? Well, you look no further than the bodily symptoms. So you don't listen to the mental ones. The mental ones are bullshit. Like, the doubts or the little fears or the emotional spikes or the inability to focus. That's nothing. You don't listen to the mild physical symptoms either, because your body can fake those and your mind can fake those through placebo. So if you're tired, if you're not sleeping that well, you don't listen to these. What you listen to is stage 3. That's when you get undeniable biological proof that your stress levels are too high and you need some time off, right? Stage 5 is hospitalization. So this is where you have a heart attack, irreversible psychological damage, like I'm talking drastic personality, mental. disorders, rapid aging, reduced life expectancy. This is shit that can kill you, right? You don't want to go here. So I've been to Armageddon, nearly probably into stage 5, and I'm not proud of it. But generally speaking, like stage 1 will last for like 2 to 6 weeks. Stage 2 will last 2 to 6 weeks. Like, you know, you can be in the early burnout stages for, 3 or 4 months really before things get nasty. Now, I basically, when I burned out and I had my 9-month stint and had my 3 months of Armageddon, basically. I spent 9 months, in stage 3. I was like in stage 1 for like 2 months. I was in stage 2 for like another couple of months, and stage 3 for a while. And then it got to this point where it just like was a threshold. Like I just started waking up and I was like having panic attacks and shit. And that was when it got bad. So you want to stop when you get to stage 3. Because by that point, you're probably, a couple of months in and you need a holiday, basically. So a brutal word of advice. I was contemplating putting this in or not, but I'm not going to advise you to do this because it's not healthy and you might have underlying health conditions. So I actually want to say proceed with caution. Do this at your own risk, right? Not advice. Okay, here's the thing. If I was starting again, I would take myself to stage 4 at least once. Because what you want to do is every great entrepreneur that I've studied, every great athlete, they've all been to stage 4. You learn a lot by going here. You learn your limits, you learn your markers. So for me, my burnout symptom is disassociation and these things. Don't go as far as I did because I was in stage 4 way before I had that breakdown and that panic attack. But just push yourself into this little bit ever so gently. Now, I'm not giving you the advice to do that because if you've got underlying health issues and you die because of that, I'd rather you don't, because this is serious shit and it can actually do some real damage to you. So, you can use your judgment. But it does help to learn your limits and explore the darkness and the chaos. Once is enough. I am never, ever going to stage 4 ever again. Now, like I've had enough burnout trauma for a lifetime through those 3. Because this is serious shit and it can actually do some real. Push yourself into this little bit ever so gently. On that panic attack, but just push yourself into this little bit ever so gently. Now, I'm not giving you the advice to do that because if you've got underlying health issues and you die because of that, I'd rather you don't, because this is serious shit and it can actually. some real damage to you. So, you can use your judgment. But it does help to learn your limits and explore the darkness and the chaos. Once is enough. I am never, ever going to stage 4 ever again. Now, I've had enough burnout trauma for a lifetime through those three months. I am never, ever going to stage 4 ever again. Now, I've been close. I actually have been close before, but not to the point where I broke down. I think what kind of happened is I was pretty deep into stage 4 and I was about to get into stage 5 and my body just shut down. So I think I was in stage 4 for a good month, where I had these massive issues. I started losing weight. I couldn't eat anything, but I was still working and going for it. And then my body just shut down before I had a heart attack, right? I think that's kind of what happened. Thank God. My body just basically forced me into zone 7 rest. Zone 7 rest is fucking horrible. Zone 7 rest is awful. That's where you just have a breakdown. You can't do anything. It's fucking horrible. But my body was like, hey, if we don't put this guy in zone 7 rest, we're going to die. So yeah, avoid it at all costs. If you feel stage 3 kicking in, you can tank it out for a little bit, but I'd advise you take some voluntary rest before it becomes involuntary. Because involuntary rest is not nice. Forced rest is not nice. That's burnout. But what I would do if I was starting again is gently explore stage 4, just to see the limits and just so I can understand what is there. Because for stage 4. Just to see the limits and just so I can understand what is there, because that way you know your limits, you know how far you can push yourself, and it can be helpful sometimes, but it's up to you. So how do we avoid burnout? Because burnout is forced rest, burnout is forced recovery. It's your body shutting down, and integrate rest into our life. What we don't want to do is have a day of discipline and a day of rest, right? What you want to do is you integrate rest into your day. You don't just wake up and just stay in zone 6 all day. You dip in between zones of rest and discipline throughout the day. And this is what I've got really fucking good at. And this is how I'm able to stay so consistent with my workflow. What I used to do is I used to polarize myself to discipline, stay in zone 5 or 6 for weeks on end, burn out, and then stay in zone 5 or 6 for a week, and then come back and then go again. That's not good, it's not healthy, and it doesn't lead to long-term business success. What you do instead every day is you find little pockets of time throughout the day to enter zones of rest. So you can pay off your discipline debt and integrate that payment in little short bursts throughout your day. What that does, instead of having to take a week off or 2 weeks off, you still have the time off and the rest, but you have the rest integrated into your days instead of having it in one massive block. And this is basically how you become consistent, because instead of having these massive gaps in your productivity, you have these little tiny gaps throughout the day. And that way, you're integrated, it's healthier, your health stays consistent, your biology stays consistent, your hormones stay consistent, your relationships stay consistent, your workflow stays consistent, your client results stay consistent, your revenue stays consistent, your profit stays consistent, and your sanity stays consistent. So integration is the key. We can't just push, burn out, take a week or 2 off, push, burn out, take a week or 2 off. I've done that. I did it for 4 or 5 years. It's not productive. It doesn't work. It's way better to integrate, okay? So what we do is we integrate. And there's 8 different things that you can use to integrate your rest. Now, we can integrate on multiple time horizons. So we can integrate in the hour, we can integrate in the day, we can integrate in the week, we can integrate in the month, and we can integrate in the quarter. Okay, a quarter, by the way, a business quarter is three consecutive months. So you've got January, February, March would be Q1, quarter 1, right? You'd have October, November, December is Q4, quarter 4. So I use all of the following tools of rest at different time frames. So the first one is napping. So if I'm in deep discipline zones, like I am right now, I will nap daily for 30 to 60 minutes in the afternoon. A nap is an easy way to get into zone 5 rest immediately and pay off some discipline debt in the middle of the day. So for example, I'm in zone 6 today, which is exhausting. And I'm borrowing from my reserves a couple of days out, and I need to, if I don't pay that debt off now, I'm gonna have to pay it off later, and I'm going to have to pay it off for a long period of time. So what I'm doing at the moment with my days, and I've been doing this for quite a while, is taking naps.
So, it'll get to like, to be fair, I would have already done it by now. I'm recording, so if I'm making Google Docs, then I'll just go and nap after lunch. So like, I'll get to like 2, 3 p.m. and I'll just take a nap for like, 30 minutes, 60 minutes. I'll just set a time of 60 minutes and I let my body sleep for as long as it needs to, up to 60 minutes. And what that does is it allows me to immediately enter zone 5 rest and just pay off the debt that I would have incurred by working in zone 6 during the morning. And so that way, like, I'm not building up any discipline debt. I'm paying it off in the day. Same thing with staring at the wall. Sometimes when I eat lunch, afterwards, I'll just lay down and stare at the ceiling for a short while. I know that's a funny image, but I'll do this after work too. If I'm overstimulated or hyperstimulated from work, what I'll do is enter zone 4 rest and just pay off some discipline debt by just staring at the wall. I'm telling you right now, as soon as I finish this recording, I'm going to export it, I'm going to process it, and I'm going to go and lay on my bed and stare at my ceiling for probably about 30 minutes. It's too late in the day for a nap. If I nap now, and I won't sleep well tonight because it's nearly the evening, right? It's nearly 5 o'clock by the time I'm finished. So, I'll just go and lay down and I'll just stare at the wall. And what that will allow me to do is it allows my brain to rest because there's no new stimulus coming in. It hasn't got to process or deal with anything coming in. And therefore, I'm just immediately straight into zone 4 rest, allowing my body to just process some things and just pay off a little bit of the debt. Spa or bathing. I'll often sauna or take long baths with no phone, music or anything. I'll just sit in a warm space and do nothing but process and relax. And I'll do this for 30 to 60 minutes or so. And if I'm in the bath and just sat in the bath, like laying and staring up at the ceiling, that's like zone 5 rest. It's not quite deep zone 5 like a nap, but if you go and sit in warm water for an hour with no stimulation,
That's like the equivalent of like, that's a lot of rest, you know? And I got this from Napoleon, actually. I read Napoleon's biography. It's an 800-page book by, I think, someone called Andrew Roberts, called Napoleon: A Life. I think that's the author's name, I don't know. And what Napoleon used to do is he would take really long baths. So like during like an intensive battle, if there was like a lull in the fighting for a couple of days, because he got so little sleep, what he would do is just go and get in the bath for like 3 hours, 4 hours. And that was basically his way of integrating, a pretty extreme rest protocol into a period into which he had to have hyper discipline, because he recognized that during a campaign or battle, you've got to be hyper disciplined, but at the same time you need to bring and integrate rest with you. Now, Napoleon was notorious for hypomania, which is actually a genetic condition that denotes a ability to exert mass amounts of energy with very little rest. So some people have that. I don't know if I have that or not. Maybe I do. Anyway, maybe I do. Thinking about it. Anyway, whatever. Walks. End of the day for 45 to 60 minutes with no music, no phone or stimulation, maybe a conversation with a friend, just you and your thoughts in some nature or someplace quiet. So, I'll probably do this tonight. I'll just go for a walk. There's a park near my house, and I'll just go and sit in the sun because it's nice and sunny, and I'll just watch the sunset with no stimulation. That's like zone 3-4 rest. I'm just paying off some discipline debt. I'm just, I'm not finishing my work day after, a 10-hour, 11-hour recording day where I'm making documents and recording, and then I'm not like going and opening my book and like reading David Goggins, and then I'm like, meditating for like an hour, and then like taking 5 cold showers and screaming at myself. Like, I'm not doing that. I'm resting. Like, I need to rest. I can't just maintain. If I'm maintaining zone 5-6 discipline for 10 hours, 11 hours, which is what I'm doing when I'm working, the rest of my day needs to be like zone 3, zone 4, zone 5 rest. Socializing. So like tonight at 9 p.m, I'm playing paddle with my friends. It's like a racket sport. And that will be relaxing. That's like easy zone 3-4 rest. It's not a very intensive sport. I'll do this a couple of times a week. If I'm in deep discipline, I won't socialize at all. So, when I was building my first business, I didn't do much socializing at all. But I find this to be an easy way to sort of get out the house, drive to the court. Sun's out, it's nice and sunny, nice and warm. Play some paddle with the boys, have some fun. Easy rest zone 3-4. What I could do is I could stay inside and speed read a non-fiction book, or listen to a business podcast, or do 1,000 press-ups. But it's just that I'm just going to pay a price for that in the future. Either you pay off your debt now in short bursts, or you pay it off later with long bursts. And the long bursts are the things that get you. That when you have a long burst of rest, forced rest, i.e. burnout, your addictions come back, your bad habits come back, your old identity comes back, and then you've got to fucking work your way out of that, which is really hard. Not to mention the inconsistency. I've got 30 people working for me. I have to show up for them. I can't just be burned out and not turn up to team meetings and stuff because I'm tired. I need to integrate it. Weekends. So I take Sundays off work completely, and I usually take Saturday afternoons off work completely. This is discretionary and depends on my energy levels and what stage of burnout I'm in. So yesterday was Sunday, and I spent 6 hours working on this resource. So it's not always, but if I've got the energy to do it, then I will. But I'll pay the price for that. Like this arbitrary time frame of weekdays, like this idea of days. It's funny how humans work with time. But anyway, I usually take Sundays off completely, and usually Saturday afternoons, unless I've got loads of energy, which I did. Evenings, I usually finish work around 7 to 8 p.m. and log off of everything and just relax till bedtime. So unless there's an emergency, like mission critical work emergency, I just chill out in the evenings. I'll just relax. I'm just chilling. I could be in the bath. I could go to the sauna. I could go for a long walk and talk to a friend. I could play paddle. I could stare at the wall. I could watch a movie. Just chilling out. What I'm not doing is, watching 2 hours of porn and then watching 3 hours of short form content, like shit that and eating junk food, like shit that's hyper stimulating tends to not actually be that relaxing, surprisingly. And then holidays. So I'll take 1 to 2 week vacations every 3 to 4 months where I won't do any work or check anything to do with work. So emails and messages get turned off, but I'll only activate work mode if there's an emergency. So I'll go on these holidays and I'll just chill and just do nothing. There's no shame in that. Like, unless there's an emergency. I'll tell you a story. I was in Bodrum, which is a city in southern Turkey, with one of my with my ex-girlfriend. And we were in Bodrum and we were chilling, and Stripe decided to close our account. So our payment processing ability was just wiped out and we couldn't sign clients or take payments. And so I had to come out of holiday mode and enter zone 6 discipline for the rest of the holiday to fix the Stripe problem. I had to like call them and email them and draft up emails and like seek consultants and stuff. So yeah, that kind of ruined my holiday. But you know, if it's mission critical, i.e. you can't process payments or make money and the business is going to be failing, and because of that, then you take some time off, right? Off the holiday and you go back into work. But yeah, those are the 8 ways that my favorite ways to integrate rest. I'm not playing video games or watching short form content or eating junk food or anything. Although sometimes I can do that, and I'll tell you about that in a second. So this is what an average work day would look like for me on the discipline or recovery chart. This is like an intensive day of recording. I won't always take the nap, but on my average work day, I'll spend basically 66% of my day in zone 5 to 6 of discipline. And I'll spend 33% of my day in zone 4 to 6 of rest. With my days off, I can sustain this for months. So with all of these things, so if I'm taking naps every now and then, if I'm doing the stare at the wall technique or the bathing technique, if I'm walking frequently and doing nothing, if I'm socializing properly, taking off weekends consistently, having my evenings to relax, and taking a holiday every quarter, I can sustain this for the rest of my days. Sometimes, unfortunately, I might not be able to go on holiday, or I might not be able to have my evenings, or I might not be able to have my weekends, or I might not be able to socialize because sometimes the business can demand more of me. You know, sometimes, you know, mission critical things can happen. People can leave or die, or we might need new hires, or the ads might stop working, or, you know, the content funnel might break and I might need to do some really serious work. And, you know, sometimes I'll have to enter like zone 7 if I don't want to most of the time, but sometimes I have to. But this is what it looks like. So I wake up and I'm in zone 6 for the morning, then I'll eat, you know, and I'll be in, when I'm eating, I'm just relaxing, I'm not doing anything. Then I'll nap, so zone 4, then I'm back in disciplined state, then I'm just in the evening, I'm in like zone 4, and then like I'm sleeping. So sleep is the ultimate form of the recovery, by the way, which is why I sleep a lot. I sleep a lot, like sometimes 9 hours a night. And like, you know, sleep is zone 6 recovery because you're unconscious. But, you know, I'll spend like a good 3 hours in the evening just chilling, you can see here. And so what you can see is I've got this perfect balance where 2/3 of my time is spent in discipline and 2/3 of my time is spent in rest. Is this perfectly binary? No. Is it always going to be accurate? No. Is this always what my day looks like? No. But this is what I strive for because I can sustain this for a long, long time. And this is what a typical Sunday looks like for me. So on Sunday is my day off. I keep my diet clean. I'm still going to bed on time. Maybe a drink or 2 if I'm socializing. I might watch a movie, see some friends or family, read a non-fiction book, or watch a good series. Maybe an avocado or a salad if I'm feeling extra cheeky. If I'm getting bored of the carnivore diet, I'll eat like an avocado. That's the extent of my naughtiness when it comes to my diet on Sundays. So Sunday, I'll just spend it like zone 4. I'm just chilling. I'm just paying off my debt from the week. You have to do this. It's an obligation, right? So you can see this is like a typical Sunday for me. No discipline, I'm not doing anything hard, not working out, not doing anything, I'm just chilling with my friends, chilling with my family, reading a book, watching a movie, laying in bed, chilling. This is what a typical day looks like for me while I'm on holiday. So on holiday, this is the only time that I will go to zone 6 rest, right? So when I'm on holiday, I go a little bit wild. So I'll be sleeping and waking whenever I want, so there's no schedule to my sleep. I don't work out, I drink and eat whatever the fuck I want. I party, I'll sunbathe all day, I'll binge watch a Netflix series, I'll rot away in bed, I'll watch YouTube, I can play video games, whatever I want. I let this is usually twice a year, sometimes 3 times a year. I'll spend a week, usually it's only a week, 2 weeks is way too much to be in this state. I'll spend a week letting go of all my impulses. Now, I keep a little bit of discipline because I won't do any drugs and I won't watch porn, but with those 2 exceptions, there's not much that I won't do. Like I'm not going to crazy extremes or anything like that, but for a good week, every 3 to 4 months, I'll just let go of everything. And this is deep rest for me. And if I do this, like if I work for 3-4 months straight and then have a week of this, like I'm basically just paying off debt intentionally. And I schedule my holidays out, like I'm in the middle of the year now, and I've got one of these coming up in July and another one coming up in October. And, you know, so I know that for the next like 6 months, I've got these weeks and I can allow myself to just completely decompress. And this is not what I'm like. I don't drink, I don't eat shit food, I don't party, I don't sunbathe, I don't watch YouTube or binge watch shit. But this is the thing, is you cannot get hard jammed on discipline. This is the judgment mirror thing coming in. If you judge people that are lazy and you judge people that don't do anything, then those behaviors are locked to you for fear of you being judged by other people for doing them, or fear of you judging yourself for doing them. So I won't judge people that are lazy, because sometimes I need to be lazy. And if I judge them for being lazy, then I can't be lazy. So don't be afraid. Now, here's the thing. If your life looks like this all the time, or like this all the time, then you're going to be broken, poor, and miserable and fat. Right? This is what most people's lives look like. Because they just fucking exist and they're just horrible. But you need to be able to go here. You need to be able to swing between the states. Sometimes you have to be like, shit, I am fucking about to enter stage 4 burnout. I need like a good week off. I need like a good 2 weeks off. And I'm going to be in zone 5 the whole time, baby. That's fine. So the objective here is to construct a routine that integrates rest into your daily, weekly, monthly, and quarterly lifestyle. Running it 100% without time off, downtime, or relaxation is a surefire way to stay poor and get nothing done. It might feel good in the moment because there is intense pleasure in momentarily dominating the day, but it will not last. You need something sustainable. So integration is the key word here. You must integrate. It doesn't have to be one day on, one day off. You can rest integrated neatly into every time frame imaginable, in the hour, the day, the week, the month, the quarter, the year. And I'm going to do it in a minute. I'm going to finish this recording, I'm going to export it, and I'm going to lie on my bed, and I'm going to stare at the ceiling and just let my brain process the last 5 hours of work. And that's integration. Do I feel guilty for doing that? Not at all. Could I instead, open up the next doc and start working on it immediately and listen to a podcast and do as much work as possible? Yeah, I could. But the reason I'm not going to do that is because I need to pay off the debt before I incur more debt. It's pretty smart to do that financially, at least. Just become aware of the burnout signals and listen to your body. And don't do stupid shit on your rest days. So the key here is being able to rest and have little integrated rest periods without doing stupid shit. So if you have a day off on Sunday, keep your diet clean and sleep on time. And don't be a fucking idiot. Don't let all these bad habits come back in. Maintain some discipline, but just the diet and the sleep is the main thing. Don't fuck your diet up and don't fuck your sleep up. Everything else is pretty much fair game. Also, try to avoid frying your brain with hyperstimulation, or alcohol. There you go. These consequences have too long of a half-life. So if I'm relaxing on Sunday, I'm still eating clean, I'm still going to bed on time, I'm not watching short-form content, I'm not doing anything stupid like watching porn or anything like that. So don't do that anyway. I think it's disgusting. I'm not drinking loads of alcohol or anything. I'm just in a little zone 4. I'm just going for some walks and just lying around and just chilling out, kind of behaving like a cat all day, right? Just laying in the fucking sun. It's nice. Now, the cool thing about this is habitual discipline conservation. So when you habitualize a behavior, it no longer requires discipline to execute on. Certain behaviors require a lot of discipline. So eating clean, exercising, going to bed on time, meditating, working, these things require discipline. But here's the cool thing. Once you habitualize a behavior, which means make it a habit, it no longer requires any discipline. So for example, I eat a hyper clean carnivore diet. I only eat red meat, right? And I don't eat anything else, nothing else, no carbs, no sugar, nothing. It doesn't require any discipline from me anymore because it's just a habit at this point. So I don't get dietary cravings and I actively want to eat clean meat. So I don't get any impulses to eat shit food ever, because I've been doing this for a year and a half, which means that my clean, healthy diet, which allows me to have fully fledged focus with no gut inflammation, requires not a single ounce of discipline from me. It just happens. I just execute on it, cook it, eat it, buy it without thinking about it. And that's cool because now I can take the discipline energy that would have gone into my dietary needs and put it into my work instead. This is why forming healthy habits is a crucial thing to do in the early stage of your entrepreneurial career. If you have healthy habits that support your goal and your business success, you'll eventually be able to execute on them without any discipline. And then you can take that discipline that is in excess and put that into your work. And that's how you produce good work. Another example, I work out regularly and I love working out and it doesn't require discipline. I don't have to drag myself into the gym, and I usually have the opposite problem of overtraining. I'll go to the gym too much and push myself to failure too much. It's just a habit and doesn't require me to get into any depth. What this means is good habits allow you to channel all your energy and discipline into your work. Now, this is the last thing, and this is fucking crucial. So I'm going to say this once without overdoing the point. Do not cope with rest. Remember what you learned in Trial by Fire Mark 2. Be careful not to delude yourself and cope into thinking that you need more time off than you actually do. Your current self is very clever and will try to fool you with thoughts and emotions. Always listen to your body, not your mind, when it comes to knowing when to take rest. The body doesn't lie. So remember, you've got these stages of burnout, and you'll be able to determine when you need rest and stuff based on what stage you're at. Don't listen to stage 1 and 2. Ignore them, because it's usually just your current sense of self creating resistance and lying to you to encourage you to stop working. What a lot of people do is they use rest as a coping excuse to not work. And it's hard to balance this because you need to know when to rest and when to be disciplined. And you don't want to be completely disciplined, but you need to learn to not cope and delude yourself. Like, you wait. Let's say you wake up and you're like, I'm a little bit tired today, and I've got a bit of a headache, so I must be in burnout stage 2. I've got to take the day off. Like, that's fucking bullshit, and you know it's fucking bullshit. So the caveat to this entire section of this video is to remember what you learned in Trial by Fire and recognize when you're burned out, but also recognize when you're just creating bullshit resistance. And you can do that according to this stage graph here and looking at the symptoms. Okay. And I'll leave you with a quote. Rest is a skill. In the same way that you need to get good at working hard, you need to get good at resting hard, because you can only work as hard as you can recover. Discipline is a skill. It's a talent. It's something that you can get good at. It's something that you can embed into your identity and your life, and you're going to be able to do wonderful things with it. But you can't develop discipline without, in conjunction, developing rest. And how good you are at rest is going to determine how good you are at discipline. And you need to learn to rest. There's no shame in it. It's necessary. It's appropriate for consistency. So in summary, this was a big fucking video. Total discipline, delaying gratification, all or nothing. Sacrifice, giving to get. Focus, projections and mirrors. Client mirror, the endless source. Achieving consistency, athletic recovery. Homeostatic disciplinary regulation. Battery theory, discipline debt. Asymmetric charging. Battery efficiency. Draining intensity. Disproportionate actions. Burnout, integrated rest. Habitual discipline, conservation, and delusional rest. I would encourage you to watch this video 10 times. Like, if there's something you don't want to forget, it's this. And you're going to burn yourself out. You're going to forget this shit probably if you don't listen to me, which you might not. Maybe you will. Maybe you'll learn your lesson straight away. But this took me 7 years to learn. And I've only really just started to understand this idea of rest. And it's a wonderful, like, this idea of the discipline recovery graph. I came up with this only recently. I had the thought around this for like a year ago. And when I started to build out the my understanding of the academy and how I was going to produce this mindset module, and like, this idea is it's the big game changer, because what a lot of people teach when it comes to mindset training is they polarize you to discipline, and they try and force you to be this machine, but they forget that for every action there's an opposite and equal reaction, and that as above so below, and extreme discipline becomes forced rest. So that, my friends, is a 55-page video on unrelenting discipline. I hope you enjoyed it, and I look forward to seeing you in the next video.
That is so good, right?
Unrelenting discipline. Reaction, and that as above so below, and extreme discipline becomes forced rest. So that, my friends, is a 55-page video on unrelenting discipline. I hope you enjoyed it, and I look forward to seeing you in the next video.
That's done. We're done. We've done the week 1 of everything. So we'll end this when it hits the 16-hour mark. Okay? So let's do this. 1. There you go. There we go. Let's go. Okay. I'm gonna end the stream now.